We're going to be getting more chairs so that you don't have to be standing. There is 1, 2, 3 chairs here if you want to grab any of these. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, it is 6:30. I'm going to go ahead, call our meeting to order. Thank you to everybody for being here to D91's Board of Education meeting. May I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Lyons, Ms. Bello, Mr. Brooks,
Here.
Mr. Roman,
Here.
Ms. Cotton, here, Ms. Wood,
Here.
Ms. Tyler.
Here. Okay, great. For all who would like to participate, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Cotton Yancey, could you read our mission, vision, and equity statements?
Mission statement: our mission in partnership with home and community is to educate each individual child in a safe and nurturing environment. We will foster respect and self-worth, teach skills relevant to contemporary life, and promote academic success and creative expression. We will encourage an appreciation of rich cultural diversity of our community and instill a sense of wonder for the future to enable our students to become lifelong learners and responsible citizens of the world. Vision statement: Forest Park Public School District 91 will be acknowledged by all as a safe, nurturing, and diverse learning community that establishes the highest standard for innovation, continuous improvement to achieve academic excellence and global citizenship for each individual child. Equity statement: recognizing that systemic bias has plagued our educational system, we commit to nurturing dialogue around all issues of inequity, including race, culture, faith, socioeconomic status, gender identity, sexual orientation, and different ability as pertain to classroom practices, school and district structures, and policies and procedures. We support actions removing barriers to opportunities that allow children to receive their full potential.
Thank you. Okay, number 4, honoring Native American land. Dr. Alvarez?
We, the Forest Park Board of Education, would like to acknowledge that this meeting is being held on the traditional lands of the Peoria, Potawatomi, Miami, Sioux, Kickapoo people, and pay our respect to elders, both past and present.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Number five, consent agenda items. Is there anything that anyone would like taken off of our consent agenda? Good. Okay. May I have a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
And a second.
I'll second.
Thank you. A roll call, please.
Mr. Lyons?
Aye.
Mr. Brooks?
Aye.
Mr. Rummel?
Aye.
Ms. Cotton? Aye. Ms. Woods?
Aye.
Ms. Tyler?
Aye. All right. Number 6, correspondence. Do we have any? I don't think so. No? Okay. And 7, matters of consideration from the public. Ms. Barnes, do we have anybody? While we're waiting, would anybody like to make a public comment? We do? Okay. Did you fill out a form, sir? Okay, great. Come on up. Thank you. He'll turn it on for you.
Test.
Yes,
All right.
thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name's Tim May.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
My name is Tim May, M-A-Y-E.
Thank you, Mr. May.
I want to make a statement before the closed meeting today. One, I've never heard of a performance review or disciplinary meeting not signed by the employee and not given a copy. 2, now we've had 2 such meetings. The second meeting was Tuesday of this week without any forewarning as to why. When asked for a copy of any supporting documents, denied. It should be noted that the advocate attending the first meeting concerns ADA compliance. These 2 meetings are pretexts for a request to terminate somebody. As far as due process, shame on you. As far as the degrading comments from teachers regarding students, staff, and administration, some in the classroom and most coming from the teachers' lounge, shame on you. As far as diversity, inclusiveness goes, shame on you, and the ADA will agree. I'm counting on the board's oversight, and I have more for the closed meeting.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Barnes, do we have anybody else sign up for a? Oh, thank you, sorry. Okay, I think we're all set. Thank you. Okay, 8, superintendent's report.
All right, I'm going to start off with recognition, bringing up our NEHS students who did a fundraiser for us. I'm going to go ahead and provide the names of all of our children. So Owen Rummel, Josh Medella, Marissa Collins, Johanne Bright, I don't want to pronounce this correct, Yaya Aladal, Luna Sabota, Daphne Wood, Aces Baker, Ileana Ruiz, Malaya Balbo, Zoe Gamrit, Kamaria Brown, Lamont Matthews, Deanna Washington, and Jack Davis. And then we have students not able to attend but have participated in the food drive: Luna Foster Flores, Jacob Zavala, and Sofia Castillera. And so if I could bring our children up to speak a little bit about what you did with the food drive. And I'm also going to recognize Molly Uzek, who's here, who supported us with our NEHS. Thank you, Molly.
Hello, Forest Park. We are the students of the National Elementary Honor Society of Field Stevenson chapter.
To serve our community this fall, we plan and organize a school-wide food drive to donate to the Forest Park Community Center.
The Field Stevenson Food Drive ran November 1st through November 11th.
We were responsible for each part of the food drive.
We met to discuss plans and created posters.
We decided on the prize of extra recess. We made daily announcements.
We collected and counted new food arrivals. We updated students and staff on daily totals.
And we helped the community center load the food on November 11th. Over the 8 school days that we held the food drive, Field Stevenson students, families, and community members collected 1,737 items.
The grade level with the most items collected was 3rd grade. They earned an extra afternoon recess for their hard work.
Thank you to students, staff, and community members for your generosity. Go Sharks!
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much for that.
We didn't have any FOIAs. And we're going to go straight into our school annual improvement plans with our administrators. So we're going to start off with Principal Bogdan.
Okay, sorry, that was a hard act to follow. Thank you, Sharks. Okay, thank you, Dr. Alvarez and Board of Education. I am pleased to begin presenting the school year 23 school annual improvement plans. Featured on our opening slide are 7th graders Malia Smith and Jonay Murna. This is the 2nd year of the school improvement process. Our inaugural year last year was a learning year for the admin team. Each year, the goal is to improve the process and grow to become more sophisticated in our systems. We will present a lot of information tonight as we follow up on the strategic plan and the data that was presented last month. Please jot down questions and wonderings that can be addressed at the conclusion of the presentation. Now, let's dive into school improvement plans that have us continuously looking at the who, what, why, and how. Our vision is our goal and destination. Our mission and equity imperative guide our actions and our why we exist. This is shared district-wide with our families in the community. Our school improvement plans guide us to live these at each of our schools and as a district. Our big picture. This outlines the goals we have set and what we want to achieve by 2026. The why, what, and how are defined. School improvement plans are focused on reaching 80% growth in ELA and math grades K through 8. We also have a focus of kindergarten readiness and having 80% of our preschoolers and pre-K students ready for kindergarten based on the Kids Readiness Assessment. Our school improvement plans are live documents that are focused on continuous improvement, guided by educational software and built on fiscal responsibility. Some key messages. Our school improvement plans were started last year, and each year we are working on building on the moves we made the previous year. Each school improvement plan connects directly to the district's strategic plan. Academic coaches at each building support the school improvement planning process and connecting our schools to our district goals. And in all of them, data is a central part. We collect, analyze, and use data as a basis for all of our efforts. The use of subgroup data at all schools and across the district helps us to develop plans to meet the needs of all of our D91 students. District 91 is built on our vision, mission, and equity imperative. Students enter at Garfield or Betsy, move on to Field Stevenson, and complete their educational journey at Forest Park Middle School. We are working together strategically to support school-to-school relationships and create a sense of belonging for our students, staff, and families. Dr. Alvarez has guided us through this process and connected us to being a unified school community. The District 91 vision guides us, and each school lives the vision and mission through creating building missions. At Garfield School, we can achieve, believe, and succeed in a safe, inclusive school community. Here is where you belong. At Betsy Ross School, we are committed to meeting the needs of our students and helping them reach their fullest potential. At Field Stevenson, we lead. We love learning, embrace diversity, achieve, and do what's right. And at Forest Park Middle School, where you can dream, achieve, thrive, and belong. While each vision reads slightly different, they each focus on creating schools focused on achievement and a sense of belonging. Our District 91 vision comes to life through district priorities. I will now ask Ms. Stouter to join me, or take over, as she will share more about the district priorities. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. Bogdan. And it's not take over, we work together, so just so we all know. But also thank you for allowing us to be here tonight to share the hard work that we've put into our school improvement plans as a collaborative group, as individuals, and with our schools. So I'm going to start with, oops. Okay, keep doing it. Okay. Nope. Sorry. Thanks. Okay, sorry about that. So this is a slide that I know many have seen often, and so just as a reminder, these are the 3 priorities that we are working on as part of our 2026 plan. Learning and achievement, family and community engagement, and talent recruitment and development are the 3 priorities that the principals decided were most important for us to work on together. And we do that through the lens of equity, and that is the center of our work. One of the things I'd like to mention with the equity is, as you know, we are doing a book study district-wide on Grading for Equity by Joe Feldman. That was kicked off at a district-wide after-school meeting led by our coaches, who did a wonderful job in getting us started to look at our grading practices and what we're doing and where we would like to go. This past month, we were able to hold meetings with our own individual schools, and I had shared with Dr. Alvarez minutes after our meeting at Garfield, and I know my colleagues shared some of the same sentiments, what a powerful meeting we had. The sharing and the collaboration, the understanding and compassion. Teachers shared personal and personal and professional experiences that they've had. And it was really a great, powerful moment to see not only that we already are collaborative, but that it brought us together even more. And keeping in mind that this is all in doing what's best for our students. So kind of elevating where we are, opening our eyes a little more, and how we can turn that into working with all of our students and being equitable. We still focus on the grading piece, right? We are going through the book and looking for practices that make sense and work, and turning that into our practices. But more importantly, this last session was just really working together as a team and hearing one another. So I just wanted to share that piece. So speaking of equity, I think you've seen this slide once before. Previous slides have been the image of children standing behind the fence on different crates or wooden boxes, looking over the fence to the baseball field, right? But what's important about that picture is those children couldn't be in the game. They were on the fence having to stand out. So yes, we made it equitable that they all could stand and see, but they weren't in the game. This depicts something different. So the top talks about equality. So everyone in that picture has a bike. Whether they can use it or not, they have it. They all got the same tool. But when you look a little bit deeper and further down into the next picture, the first individual, that bike didn't work for her. She had some physical challenges. So they used some resources and got the bike that worked best for her so that she could move forward. The next individual, I think the handlebars are too short. He's a very tall person. That bike didn't work for him. He was uncomfortable. So using resources, they got the right bike to fit him so that he could move forward on his path. The next individual had the perfect bike all along, so she just keeps that bike, and she can move forward on her path. And then the last individual, the bike was obviously too big. So again, using resources, they found the bike that fits and works best for that person, and allow them to move forward in the process. As you can see, everybody's involved. They're all moving forward. They're all part of the team, as opposed to the previous picture. So this one kind of describes equality and equity a little bit clearer. Taking us into our quality framework supporting rubric. This was new to District 91 last year. We had never gone through the rubric before. And so we did it kind of collectively as an admin ensemble, and then we went back to our own buildings, and we looked at it as principals, and then we shared it with our school leadership ensemble, and worked on it with them. And so we did a self-evaluation of our school based on that rubric. At my school, then we took it a step further, and each ensemble member held many meetings with a smaller group that included custodians, secretary, office staff, instructional assistants, related services. Everybody in the school could have a voice on where they felt we were performing, what we needed to do to improve. We wanted everyone's voices. So we did that last spring. Our leadership ensemble met over the summer. We kind of looked at that data. We kind of created some questions, and then they went back to their small groups and met again at the beginning of the year, again wanting their voice, feeding them information that they needed to hear about what we had done and where we thought we were, and in the end, then we all have our own quality framework rubric. We use that to drive our school improvement plan. So we take that information and we begin to look at what's working, what's not working, what we want to improve, and we put that into our school improvement plans. Again, equity is the center focus, as you can see on the slide. There are 7 standards to this rubric. The last 3 tie into what we decided as administrators were the important priorities we wanted to work on. So learning and achievement, they're worded a little differently, but learning and achievement, talent and recruitment and development, and family and community engagement. And then that takes us to another slide that I know you've seen before, but we focus on this so very often. This is what we do. So we take all of these things that we're working on, and they feed into these gears that we are constantly turning and fine-tuning throughout the year with our school improvement plans. So we take those 3 priorities, and we begin to look at data, and we analyze that, and we find out what is our reality. What is working, what's not working, where are we deficit, what do we need to improve on? There are lots of pieces of information that begin to come out in that. And from there, then we begin to say, okay, well, why is this? What is the cause? What's the problem? What's the root? What's happening? We begin with core visits at the beginning of the year at each of the schools, and we begin to talk about the theory of action. So looking at all of the data that we have, if we do this, this is what we hope will happen. And we begin to formulate those. Then we begin to look for a problem of practice. So what do we want to focus on? What is our problem? What do we want to see happen and improve? And then we begin to take that and we begin to talk about our practice of promise. So what are we going to do to fix that problem? And we make a promise to ourselves and to our district leadership on things that we're going to work on to see some improvement in the year. And then all the gears start turning. We have our milestones of things that we want to achieve in each of those 3 priorities. We set goals, and then we look at how that's going to impact our school. As building principals, we meet with our school leadership ensemble. About every 5 weeks, we pull the school improvement plan out, and we begin to look at the milestones and the goals. Are we on track? Are we off track? Are we at risk? What are we going to do? Have we completed something already? Is something not going to happen until spring, and so it's not available? We're not really working on that particular piece yet. But every 5 weeks, we look at our school improvement plan and see where we are and what we want to do next. And while all 3 priorities are very important, we focus mostly on learning and achievement because that's where we want to see the biggest gains. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Bacon from the middle school, and he will take you through learning and achievement a little bit further. Do you have a question?
I was just going to say that in case, I know we have a lot of visitors and children, and it's December, and there's a lot happening. I want people to stay as long as they can, but if you need to leave, please feel free to do so. I know we have a lot of students here, so just wanted to put that out to parents, that you can just slip out the door if you need. Carry on.
Okay. Thanks, Principal Stouter. Good evening, board members, and good evening, community members. Yes, I'm Kevin Bacon. I'm the assistant principal at Forest Park Middle School. It's an honor to be here with all of you. Let's take a look at our first priority, learning and achievement. A key initiative to all of our schools' improvement is engaging, A key initiative to all of our schools' improvement is engaging in the practice of instructional core visits, where school-level data is examined and presented. Classrooms are observed in order to collect more data, and all this is meant to identify an area of priority to focus on improving student outcomes. Through these core visits, the team collaborates to develop a theory of action, as Principal Stouter mentioned, which includes identifying a POP, problem of practice, and a corresponding POP, practice of promise. That's a lot of POPs. But in short, schools identify their POPs to help make learning and achievement pop. So, as you can see on the slide, a problem of practice focuses on the instructional core, is aligned to its theory of action, is directly observable, it's actionable, and it's impactful. It also drives the focus of instructional visits. A practice of promise, on the other hand, is one school's commitment to address that problem of practice. It's a commitment to focus on that problem and look to solve it. And as you can see on this slide, also, it should be aligned to milestones and goals. It should also help drive the focus of professional learning. Schools revisit the efficacy of their practice of promise through subsequent core instructional visits. Our district engages in 3 core visits each year. During this time, we continue to engage in data collection, observation, and reflection. And as Principal Stouter mentioned, we engage our SLEs, the school leadership ensembles, to revisit and reflect on it. So now let's look at each school's theory of action and their POPs. I'll give you a moment to take a look at this slide. This is Garfield's theory of action and problem of practice and practice of promise. As you can see, Garfield's theory of action espouses that if they engage as a staff in these core visits and the identification and implementation of their POPs, they will see higher scores on FastBridge assessments and ultimately the IAR. Their problem of practice identifies the need to increase teachers' monitoring of students' understanding of skills in order to appropriately differentiate. So you can see their practice of promise is to leverage more frequent formative assessments to better inform pacing, and how best to differentiate instruction on a daily basis. Moving over to Betsy Ross, you can take a look at this slide. At Betsy Ross, their theory of action is grounded in the belief that providing targeted and consistent interventions to Tier 2 students in ELA and math will increase the number of Tier 1 students in both areas, as demonstrated via spring FastBridge assessments. Their problem of practice identifies the need for students to be able to articulate what they are learning and why they are learning it. And so their practice of promise is to utilize student discourse strategies to increase their students' awareness of the purpose of their learning. Field Stevenson, their theory of action is similarly anchored in the expectation that if they leverage staff-wide intentional interventions and corresponding progress monitoring, they will see an approximate 5% increase of Tier 1 students as demonstrated through their spring ELA and math FastBridge assessments. And their identified problem of practice is really that students are struggling to see the connection between the learning objectives and the lesson activities. So their practice of promise is to use student-friendly I can statements and the gradual release of responsibility model to better foster students' connection and ownership of learning, specifically through higher order inquiry and student discourse. At FPMS, our theory of action is that if our lesson planning is more intentionally aligned to grade level standards and identifies specific learning intentions with success criteria, then student engagement and skills development will increase, resulting also in gains in spring FastBridge ELA and math scores. So our problem of practice identifies the need to increase our instruction's alignment to those grade level standards and progress monitoring of students' skills. And so our practice of promise is to design lessons fully aligned to those grade level standards and have teachers explicitly communicate those learning intentions and the criteria for success to students each and every day. Milestones is a big part of our school improvement plans too. Within our school improvement plans, we identify these to support our theories of action and the achievement of our goals. As you can see, there are many similarities among our schools. They're all listed here. And I guess this makes sense, right? Because there is a lot of collective collaboration among the principals within the district, and each of our school improvement plans are directly aligned to the district school improvement plan. Some differences, as you can see up there, feature Garfield's utilization of kids screening, peer observations at Betsy Ross, and Field Stevenson's implementation of WIN intervention cycles, or what I need intervention cycles, and weekly lesson plan review and feedback at FPMS. This slide features the impact goals we are holding ourselves accountable to within the learning and achievement priority. You'll see FastBridge assessments listed because of their alignment with IAR. This allows us to do some progress monitoring in a formative way to prepare ourselves for the IAR. You'll also see attendance listed because of its strong correlation with academic achievement. The figures in bold, if you can see those, are our 2023 goals, and then the numbers or the figures in parentheses is our baseline data. I'll now hand it off to my colleague, the illustrious principal of Betsy Ross, Ms. Tanisa Huff, who's going to go over the next priority, family and community engagement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bacon, for that warm welcome. Good evening, everyone. So I'm here to talk to you all about the family and community engagement that's happening across the district amongst the schools. Excuse me. So all of our schools have theory of actions in their school improvement plans that address family and community engagement and indicate ways to increase family involvement in our schools. As we know that this partnership is crucial to the academic success and the social well-being of our students. Okay, so this slide here shows you our milestones in our school improvement plans, the similarities and the differences amongst the schools. It's similar to the slide that you saw with learning and achievement. And we're pretty much all engaging our families the best way we can. You know, coming off the pandemic, I think we were all excited to have families in the building and be able to have events again. I know specifically at Betsy Ross, we've done a lot of different things. We've been using Class Dojo for 2 years. We have 98% of our families connected and using Class Dojo. Last year, we had 79% of our families complete the 5 Essentials survey. This year, we're striving for 85%. We are excited to be able to provide after-school programs in the primary grades. We've never had that before. I know as a principal, I was like, you know, children should be exposed to extracurricular activities before they get to 3rd grade in middle school. So it was exciting when Dr. Hubbard was like, well, we can offer that this year. So we have martial arts, we have art club, we have dance classes, and the sponsors that are providing these services, they are the most kind people I've ever met. And so it's really warming to have them come in the building and work with our kids and tell us that our kids are great. So that's a great thing. We had 90% of our families attend parent-teacher conferences, either in person or hybrid. I think with the pandemic, we've seen that being able to provide hybrid things engages our families more. So I think that's one of the blessings out of the pandemic, and to keep that going. Every week, families receive a newsletter from the principals via Infinite Campus. I even post mine on Class Dojo sometime because I know it's easier for parents to connect. They can just click on it, they get a notification, and it comes right up. We are still in the process of bringing back some of the school events that occurred prior to the pandemic. I know we had a couple of district-wide assemblies. That was the first time we ever did that, and it wasn't the parents invited, but the children got, the entire school district got to be together. We had the Flamenco for Hispanic Heritage Month, and then Betsy and Garfield partnered together, thanks to Principal Starter, and the children got to meet Southpaw and talk about striking out bullying. Some other things that we had going on, I know at Betsy we had a costume parade for Halloween. We had fall classroom parties, and the Forest Park PTO is rocking it, and so the partnership with them has been great. I'll be honest, yeah, they're doing a great job. Give them a round of applause. You know, I was a little nervous. I was like, how is that going to work? One PTO for all the schools, but they have been doing a really great job with the fundraising and making sure that every school has events. Yesterday we had a PTO meeting. I think that was the first time I ever saw middle school teachers, so hats off to you, Principal Cass. It's awesome, the partnerships that are happening, so I definitely feel that the district is trending in the right direction. Some other things happened at Betsy. We had a Thankful Grateful celebration in 1st grade, coordinated by our 1st grade teachers, Ms. Perry, Ms. O'Connell, and our music teacher, Mrs. Carini. The 2nd graders have a holiday performance coming up on December 20th at 6:30, so that'll be exciting. We want to bring back the grandparents' breakfast or the VIP breakfast probably in March. I had a parent ask me about that. And then last year, Betsy had an end-of-the-year block party, and it was a huge success. So we will be doing that again, and that's my birthday. So just, you know, last day of school is my birthday. So yeah, it's a lot going on. A few differences is that, you know, Garfield has a 100-day celebration, and I know that Phil Stevenson does a big Veterans Day assembly that Ms. Bender usually helps put on. So here are our impact goals. So now these impact goals, they come from the 5 Essential survey that the teachers and the parents and then students in grades, I think is it 3 through 8 or 4 through 8? 4 through 8 take. And so if you look at the goals, 3 of the schools are all trying to increase parental involvement within the schools. For Betsy, our parental involvement was pretty strong. So we're going out on a limb and want to focus on teacher-parent trust. And what that means is just making sure that teachers and parents know that we are partners in improving student learning. It's not one person's job. And so we want to continue to build those positive relationships with families so that teachers and parents see each other as partners in educating their children. So I don't know if that means we have to do some parent universities to teach parents the new math that I sometimes see with the regrouping and breaking numbers apart and open number line and hundreds chart. Maybe we need to do that so that parents can be able to help their children with their homework, when they come home. So as a response, we wanted to see how we were doing so far this school year. So at the end of the first quarter, there was a survey sent out to families. We only had 85 parents respond, but we'll take it. But as of right now, 88% of our families that were surveyed said they are satisfied with their child's teacher. So we'll take that. Is there room to grow? Absolutely. But I think we're headed in the right direction. So here are some highlights from the parent surveys. You all can, I don't know if you can see them. I guess I need to read them, huh? One says, I love our number 2 bus, driver and attendant. They are so friendly, and the transition to using the bus has been so easy. Thank you. I see some students at the beginning of the day and at the end giving their teacher a hug and the teacher hugging them back. That makes me so happy because it shows how much our teachers care for our students and vice versa. It was really wonderful to see how engaged the teachers were on parent night. My kid loves going to school and talks about his projects in science and art so much. Excellent communication and responsiveness from the whole team. Love the variety of activities and tools being used, and that we get to see some of that via dojo pictures. We think the addition of after-school clubs is fantastic. Martial arts and art have been a huge hit for our son. Teachers are extremely responsive and really care about the kids. Excellent leaders and so supportive of students and families. Communication is great. Engagement seems wonderful. Family night, open house, parent-teacher conferences. It is helpful to spend time with and get to know our community. I'm happy with the education my child receives at the communications from the school administration. I have been really happy with the warm, welcoming, inclusive experience we have had so far in D91. I appreciate the hard work of the teachers, staff, administration, and PTO. Thank you. That's good, right? But we also have to take, improvements. So there's always work to be done. Nowhere to go but up and elevate. So the homework load is much too high and should only include concepts taught in class. Language classes for younger grades. I'm assuming that's like Spanish. I would really love to see more connection between the schools, middle schoolers mentoring younger kids, more activities to combine the entire district. Yes, that was one of the things that was on my list when I became Principal Bessie Ross. I said, how can I get the middle school babies back to my building? It just hasn't happened yet, but it's coming. Addressing learning loss and address racism inequities and teaching grading, testing, put input from parents into action. My child has expressed fear, anxiety about missing a single point through the day in a way I don't think he would if behavior management was less focused on earning things. We hear that often. PBIS is a double-edged sword. I think the D91 website could be more informative. There are times when we're looking for information and finding useful info on the website is more difficult than it needs to be. Special education services communications needs improvement. The lunch program, can we please get it automated? Everything online where we can choose and pay. More bullying prevention and education. It says build better connections with students and families and don't dismiss their needs/concerns as if we're not all working towards a shared common goal here. I know math was evaluated for a new program last year, but the social studies teacher looked like she had outdated books in her classroom. And then it said, I would like to see more resource teachers to do activities like iDiscover, NJHS, math clubs, second language all year round, and maybe on the weekends so the parents attend also. All right. I think that's it. So I'm going to turn it over to Principal Cass, and she's going to talk to you about talent recruitment and development. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Huff. Good evening, everyone. I need my glasses, sorry. Okay, so I will be presenting on the priority of talent recruitment and development. This priority relates to our 2026 goal of having a 95% staff retention rate. We have a number of excellent staff members that we want to continue supporting as they grow in their practice. And we also recognize that there is a need to diversify our staff. As I go through the next few slides, you will see that all schools' theories of actions include professional learning for staff. And all schools are engaging in the district-wide learning around grading for equity. We have already completed 2 out of the 6 monthly sessions, and I know Principal Stouter mentioned a little bit about that at the beginning. We specifically have theories of action here at Garfield. Their goals include instructional assistants working in collaboration with admin and colleagues so that all staff is prepared to meet the needs of all students. At Betsy Ross, teachers are being empowered to conduct quarterly peer observations to increase educator effectiveness and capacity. At Field Stevenson, they are developing structures to build opportunities for collaboration with colleagues and engaging in academic coaching cycles, which will lead to greater teacher efficacy. Okay, here at FPMS, we are focused on professional learning that builds collaboration and develops content area expertise. And this is in order for our teachers to practice, practices to positively impact the learning culture and student achievement. Okay, some of the implementation goals at FPMS include increasing staff participation in the 5 Essentials survey, staff engagement with the Grading for Equity professional learning, and an increase in the learning culture measure that's on the Catalyze survey. And I'll talk a little bit about what that Catalyze survey is. The Catalyze survey is going to be administered to my staff 3 times this school year. It comes from our partnership with the National Equity Project. And I chose to utilize this survey as a way to get feedback around my own leadership practices. In doing so, I hope to not only grow as a leader, but to also build trust with my staff. And hopefully building that trust will help with the retention of our teachers as well. All right, this slide here highlights the similarities and the differences between the milestones at all of our schools. As I mentioned previously, we are all participating in the Grading for Equity professional learning. Staff is meeting in grade level or content area teams. And any learning by individuals outside of conferences or any workshops are being brought back and shared to all staff members in the building. We are using a common protocol for all to be used when we are hiring new staff members. Some of the differences in the milestones include the inclusion of instructional assistants in Garfield's planning meetings, expanding the data meetings participation to all content area teachers at Field Stevenson. Betsy Ross is focusing on transition meetings for their diverse learners. And at FPMS, we are implementing our 3 cycles of feedback utilizing the Catalyze survey. On this slide, you see our impact goals. All of the schools picked an area from the 5 Essentials. That was our lowest area, so it's either weak or very weak. And our goal at all schools is to bring that up this year to a neutral rating. Okay, and now I think I'm turning back over to Dr. Alvarez. Let me bring you up this.
All right. So last month you heard about, or you saw, I should say, our state of the district. And now you're hearing from our principals the plans that we have in place. And we need to level up. That's the biggest thing here. One thing that has been mentioned are these school improvement plans. Our schools didn't have them before. So without a plan, you plan to fail. So having a plan, you plan to succeed. Each and every one of them have developed that and have been collaborating with one another. We meet monthly for that. We've also have more involvement when it comes to data and not just looking at attendance or enrollment, but actually really looking deeper into the data, looking at subgroups, looking at seeing what we're missing and looking at the story that the data can tell us a little bit differently. And so we're becoming more informed so that we could be more specific what we target. Our shared vision and mission, Forest Park had a mission and vision, but now we're really focused on how we're really trying to make that come to life and making sure that it is really present in everything we do. Any type of presentation we do, anytime we meet with our staff, they're looking at the vision and mission with their own eyes and how they are implementing it within their classrooms, as they walk through the hallways, as we welcome families, as we welcome children to our school. And then looking for future family events, how we could do something differently. Even today, to see our NEHS students and seeing our families walk in, the smiles that it put on our faces just to see them, that's why we're here, because the magic is with our children. And so we want to make sure that that happens within our family gatherings and even with our PTO, that you see everything that they've been doing. Our middle school teachers, as I mentioned before, they're really mastering their subject and not necessarily just a grade level, so that they are the go-to when it comes to math, science, social studies, English language arts, and any of the Explore classes. And again, straightening our data processes for the tools and resources that we need. We have mentioned, Principal Stauder mentioned that we have those 6 professional learning days that we're really delving into equity and grading using Joe Feldman's book, Grading for Equity. And we have started that. We will end in May with the book. Last year, we started our core visits. It was the first time ever during a pandemic. And there was a time period where my administrator said, "Can we pause it, Liz?" And in my heart, I said, nope, we got to do this, because next year, hopefully we'll be able to bring in our families, and then eventually they could see the differences that are happening. And I'm grateful that they stuck along with it. So the instructional core visits, we're going in our 2nd year of it, and we're about to have our middle of the year core visits. And that's why now you see the 2 different pops that are happening there. Our school leadership ensembles are working on the school improvement plans, and making sure that they're giving feedback regarding what's happening in their schools. We have curriculum committees. Right now, we're looking into the one for STEAM as we start thinking about opening up a STEAM lab next year. That's a big deal that's happening now here at Forest Park. And we really want to continue making sure our preschool is a beacon for preparing our children. And that's why when we look at our goals, we're looking to see how are we preparing our preschoolers to be kindergarten ready. And then making sure there's alignment to it. And the last thing to mention is the hiring of our academic coaches who are present today and really are instrumental in regards to the professional learning that is happening, not only within the schools, but also with our administrators when they meet monthly, and the collaboration that they are doing with Director Edler, and making sure that there is alignment throughout our district and not everyone doing something different in our schools. And I don't know why that keeps happening. So with that, I'm going to open it up for you to ask any questions to us, our administrators as well, and I will step back.
So first, thanks for all the work you put in and for coming out here to present this stuff. This is the 2nd year of the core visits, as you all have observed, and the school improvement plans are in place, and you've done a really good job of telling us what it is we're trying to do and showing that you understand what we're trying to do. The question I have, and I have a bunch of them that I'm going to put together for later, because you present us with a lot of material, which I appreciate. I just want to understand one particular thing. As we go through all these meetings, and there was a lot of conversation about, hey, every 5 weeks we go back and we evaluate and we say, hey, this is what we said we were going to do. This is the goal where we want to get to. I'm assuming that those 5-week meetings are where you kind of say, hey, this is how far we are along on the journey. And there were some slides in here that alluded to the baseline and the goal. When would we be able to see some data, a chart showing, hey, we started here in September, and 5 weeks later in mid-October we were here? Like, when would we be able to see something like that?
Well, right now we're using the FastBridge. We also have our teacher-made assessments too that they're utilizing. And then finally, the IAR is the other one that is being utilized. So when you saw the state of the district, I provided a lot of data on there saying where we are and where we're hoping to be, which is why within the impact goals, you will see the goals that we want to meet. And so by the end of the school year, we'll be looking at them. Hopefully, we'll reach them. If we don't, we should see growth. And that's really important. And what I mentioned to my principals is, if we don't meet, let's say 80% is what we're saying, but we meet at 60 or 70, we have grown. And that's really important to see. So every year you should be seeing that growth, but every 5 weeks they're looking to see what's happening in regards, and the Fastbridge is one of them too. They only get tested 3 times a year for that.
Okay, no, thank you for that. I just wanted to understand for my own purposes when can you reasonably expect to see it? So if it's going to be Fastbridge, that makes sense. I just didn't know if it was like in the interim we'd see things or we just have to wait. Thank you.
I know the answer, but I kept hearing this term leadership ensemble. Can somebody share with our families and our community exactly who's part of the leadership ensemble?
Before I have Principal's daughter mention this, so I used the word ensemble versus team. It is something that we started off talking about, and this goes all the way back to being part of Second City with improv. When you think of an ensemble, you think of that type of ensemble where you pick up for each other, whereas a team, you're only as good as your weakest link. And an ensemble, you're actually as strong as your group. And so if a mistake happens, there's that yes and mentality, because there's always a change. And we know with the pandemic was a really great yes and, that you're not even thinking about. You're like, okay, I guess there's a pandemic. Yes, and we're going to go remote. And we're going to do this and X, Y, Z. So that's where the ensemble mentality comes in. But I'll allow Principal's daughter to talk a little bit further of their SLEs.
Thank you. Okay. So I think it's the same for all of us. I know at Garfield, I tried to make sure I had one teacher from every grade level as part of the ensemble. We also included our reading specialist. Our academic coaches are on each of the ensembles. And we meet, I think everybody meets pretty regularly, but it's not all at the same time. But we meet every so often about a lot of things. We meet about the quality framework. We meet about the school improvement plan. We meet about our mission and our vision. We talk about our problem of practice. We talk about our practice of promise. So we meet at Garfield at the beginning of the year. We're always meeting like every 2 weeks because there's so much to get done and we want to have things ready to share with our staff. And then we kind of slide into a once a month or an as needed if we have to meet, twice a month, that's fine too. Meetings are after school. They usually last about an hour, maybe an hour and a half. For me, I really like it because these are the people with the boots on the ground, and they know what's going on in their classrooms. They know what's going on with their counterpart in the grade level, and so we can have some really good conversation about what's working and what's not working and practical ways to kind of make some improvements. So it's a pretty important team, ensemble, and it's really great to have our academic coaches a part of it. Anything else?
Thank you. I have a question for you.
Sure.
Okay, so in in Garfield's theories of actions, for your practice of promise, you've got increased formative assessments. Can you talk a little bit about what that entails?
Sure.
Thanks.
So formative assessment is, especially at the primary level, it is happening all the time. You are checking to see what your students are understanding, and it can be question and answer. It can be, I know at the older grades, a lot of them do exit slips, so they have something ready digitally or on paper that students can fill out about this is what I just learned or this is what I know. We use rubrics with pictures on them at the primary level, thumbs up, thumbs down, smiley faces, straight face, sad face, I got it, I'm not really sure, gee, I don't have a clue. And teachers use that information right away to either guide the lesson that's taking place at that moment, or they use it to plan for the next day. Like, nobody understood this particular skill today, so I'm going to reteach it tomorrow, but I'm going to teach it in a different way. So they use that information. It's live information. It's their students telling them what they know or don't know, and then that can guide our instruction. And it can be really fast. For Garfield, what we want to do is strengthen those formative assessments. More than just kind of like, oh, they got it, or they don't have it, or a check sheet, like really getting into it, and doing them more often and using them in the lesson. So as you're teaching, you've done 4 or 5 problems in math, and the kids have it. So why do we have to do the other 15 problems? They get it. So let's use those extra 20 minutes that you were going to use finishing that page and move on to the next skill, or maybe reteach something in a different content and make better use of our time. So that's what we're trying to focus on.
If I could just add, it's the pulse of the classroom. So when a teacher leaves, the children leave, they have a good idea who's mastered it, what needs to be done for the next lesson, and that's where the tweaking comes in. So you plan, but then you have to adjust where it needs to be.
And we should be able to ask our teachers when we see a lesson who had it and who didn't have. They should know right then and there who has it and who doesn't have it and what they're going to do about it.
Just a couple of follow-on questions. This is a lot like what happens during the core visits, right? Going in, looking at specific things like that. How formal is and by formal I mean, are they writing it down? Like when teachers are doing this, is there data that they're tracking to say, hey, we have, this is how we're doing with this class? Or is that something that you're gathering data and reporting and recording somewhere?
So at Garfield, that's what we want to work on. So they can say, oh, observations, they got it or they don't have it. I know at the older grades, like with exit slips, like they have concrete data with them. So that's what we're trying to work on. Have checklists, have your skills listed, mark them off as they're going. There's lots of, you can do Post-it notes, you can do note card, whatever it is. There's lots of tricks to make it easier for the teacher to gain that information without disrupting the instruction and taking time to fill out some data.
Oh,
yeah.
no, that makes sense.
That's what we're working on collecting.
That absolutely makes sense. Having been on some of the core visits, that was probably the most eye-opening thing for me, to see how teachers actually operate and what they do and the very specific things they look for. So if there was ever a way that could be abstracted or reported on that was not going to be burdensome, that'd be wonderful.
I don't know if you want to.
No, I don't need to pass the mic.
I was curious about the school vision statements. How were those formulated? Were they just teachers, admin? Were students involved? How did that come about?
I can speak for Brett Field.
Yeah, sorry.
You got to record it. I got to turn it back on.
Yep.
Good job. So at Field, I was in a unique position because being a new administrator, our vision and mission were a part of Field for a very long time. And with a new strategic plan and a new vision for the entire district under Dr. Alvarez's leadership, my SLE, which very similar to Ms. Stouter's, represents pretty much every department and grade level, came together, and that is also tied to the Illinois Quality Framework. When we looked and kind of did that self-assessment, didn't really feel the vision and mission of Field, so it was a goal to improve that. So our SLE worked on that together as a team to represent everybody. Yes, and we didn't necessarily have kids planning it with us, but we had them in mind because we wanted it to be something short and something that they could repeat and they could learn over the course of the year. It is said every morning in our morning announcements, so they hear it daily, and we didn't want a long, drawn-out paragraph. We wanted it to be meaningful to their age level.
I had another question about the POPs. Between Field and FPMS, it feels like there's like a little bit of synergy between them because they're both focusing in on making sure that students understand what they are learning, why it's relevant. So I don't know if you guys want to address, was that intentional that you wanted there to be? If they're not coming from just Field into FPMS, that we wanted continuity, or like, how did that come about?
Guess it's my turn. Okay. You know what? Honestly, it wasn't really intentional, but I think it makes sense because students understanding the we call it the purpose of the lesson, right? Like what they are learning really has an impact on their engagement and their motivation to be part of it or to complete the assignment or the task at hand, right? So if a student isn't really sure about what it is that they're learning, right, or why they're learning it, or how they're learning it, they're less likely to be engaged in that activity. I think we see that when we get to the middle, the 3 to 5, and especially at the middle school, more than our primary students, who those guys just want to learn, right? They have that enjoyment, and they're learning just to kind of learn, and it's a little bit more difficult with the older students to make them motivated, I guess, or keep them engaged. And one of the research ways is to make sure that they're focused and clear on what it is that they're supposed to be learning. And that's why we at the middle school now are including that success criteria for them, right? How do they know that they've learned what they're supposed to learn, right? What is it that they can say, I know I've learned this because I am able to show this or do this?
Can you give an example of that? Like a...
Sure.
Sorry, not to put you on the spot.
No,
but-
that's okay. So thinking about, I'm going to use a math example, right? So they're learning about a learning intention is that they're able to understand the proportional relationship between something, right? So how they're able to show that is by representing a fraction, showing it as a part to whole with a percent, which a part to whole of over a percentage of something, right?
Okay.
So a representation of something. It might be a specific, if it's like an ELA thing, it might be a specific, I'm trying to think a good example, right? Like a description of something. So if they're learning main character or main idea, right? They're able to describe evidence within a text that shows what that character's personality is or something, right? Does that make sense? I don't know.
No, it does make sense. Mr. Ba-
Okay,
did you want
yeah.
to say something?
Yeah, I mean, think in more terms of like a rubric, right?
Okay.
How would I be able to identify if I am doing it at a higher quality level or a lower quality level? So maybe for a humanities-based situation, a common objective might be, understand how the Revolutionary War started. Well, how are you understanding that? How are you demonstrating that? Are you laying that through a claim and supporting evidence? And if so, what is a good claim? What does that look like? And being able to break that down for students and for students to understand, well, this is a higher quality claim, right? And this is higher quality supporting evidence, and you are now explaining how that evidence supports that claim. If students aren't aware of exemplar models versus lower level models, they're less likely to take ownership of that learning and monitor their own progress. So we're really trying to embed those literacy skills with the content standards too. So when teachers are identifying that specific learning intention for that lesson, how are students going to know that they were successful in accomplishing that? And if not, what do they need to work on?
Yeah, and I think that's key, right? Because we don't want kids to have to wait until they take an assessment for them to know if they were successful or not. And it also sets them up, this is laying the groundwork for them when they move on through high school, if they're going to participate in some sort of specific curriculum, IB or whatever, like that's very rubric based. So I agree. I think this is really powerful, and I think I hope for parents who are here and or watching that they're really listening to this, because I think this is the key. Like this is how we figure out if our kids get what they are supposed to be learning.
If I could just add in regards to that, you'll see that Garfield and Betsy are looking more at the engagement portion of it and what that means and defining engagement. And as you go into Field Stevenson, they're looking more at that gradual release and how a teacher hands it over to the students to take that agency. So by the time they get to middle school, that discourse that everyone has been practicing has been done from early ages, and now they're able to explain it, because everyone knows the best way to learn something is actually by talking it through and actually doing it. It's not just through speaking, but obviously kinesthetics as well, but in other different ways. And so how are they really displaying that they understand it? And a lot of it has to do with that discourse amongst each other, amongst the students, to show that they understand the standard.
Would it be fair to say that this is the difference between thinking skills and critical thinking skills? Like, that's the piece, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Other questions? We good?
I think there was one aspect where you were talking about when you were doing the data, there were like, I think some subplots or certain pockets of data that you were learning. I realize it's early, we just got the data, but I was wondering if you're noticing any trends so far.
Yeah, we actually engaged in some data analysis of our FastBridge data as a district leadership ensemble, as school leadership ensembles, and at each schools, during the school learning days. And part of the protocol was to look at subgroup data, be able to look at it from gender differences, race, even students with IEPs or not. And yes, we have looked at that trend and identified the trend data. Is that answering your question? I don't know if I heard all of it.
I realized it was a difficult question to answer because you just got the data. You know what I mean? So, with respect to what you're still forming your ideas, I think it was a decent answer, What I'm hoping is
Thanks,
that we
Mr.
can,
Brooks.
be able to have more time to extend out and maybe see the big picture instead of like a small snapshot.
Yeah, and we're really tying like the identification of that data trend with the initiatives that we have, like grading for equity. How can we close that achievement gap? How can we ensure that we are promoting student outcomes for all students, regardless of their background, regardless of their disability? That's on us as school leaders, that's on us as teachers, and that's on all of us, as a board, as a community, as a district. So,
If I could just add, like, when we think of these POPs, these promises of practice, they need to continue, so something's not going to happen right away. And I'm just going to use Field Stevenson speaking with Principal Bogdan, and she shared with me the whole gradual release. Like, some of the teachers were a little nervous about it. Why? Because many times us as educators, we hold tight to this knowledge and say, no, I'm the one who's going to go ahead and provide this to my students, and they can only get it if I hold on to this. And as you gradually release and realize there may be a little bit some chaos, but some of that chaos might be okay to allow it to happen, and seeing that, oh my God, this gradual release is actually working, and the children are getting a little bit more because I gave it away and handed it over to them. And the more you start doing that, and the more the children start getting more practice with that, and it may not be this year, but it may be the next year. And then eventually when they get to middle school and they're still continuing to do that, you start seeing the changes really happening.
We keep talking about data, and I just want to also make sure that everybody remembers, like, we have the data to help us inform how to put our plan in place, but these are still children, and it takes time, right? So I think it's really important to remember that we're framing the data within the context of what's happening in a very, it's a living environment, right? A school building. So kids don't always perform the way that we expect them. Teachers don't always perform the way we expect them. Administrators, parents. it's a really delicate balance. And so, you know, I'm so glad that we were able to invest in a data strategist. I'm so glad that we have a leader who is putting that as a practice in our district, and it just is what it is. It's just what we do. But I also want to remind everybody that the data is a tool. It's not everybody. I don't see us becoming a district that operates solely based on that. I don't think it's healthy. I don't think it's necessarily the way to be fully successful. I also want to say that I know there was a lot of conversation about the data that was presented last month in oh my gosh, what's the state of the district? I have all of these acronyms in my head. I'm like, it's not a pop. It's the state of the district last month. It's a SOM. It's a SOD. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get myself together. But I know that there was like 60 slides of data or something. I mean, I was talking to Mr. Edler about it earlier. Well, there was a lot more total, but, and so I just wanna also remind people that like, that is not judgment. That is not an opinion. That is, we gathered that from what we were able to evaluate our students on. That is what they are telling us through their performance, their attendance, some other things. So I know that it can be difficult to process all of that data, particularly when it's put out in subgroups. Some of that is a really hot topic. It's really tricky to make your way around and to not internalize it as judgment. It's just information for us to be able to get better and improve and to let everybody know how wonderful our district is. So I just wanted to, now that we've had 4 weeks, to let it sit and digest, I wanted to just sort of circle back to that because I think this was a really beautiful compliment to that last month. So huge thank you to the principals, academic coaches, Mr. Edler, certainly Dr. Alvarez, Mr. Bacon, everybody who helped put this together. Thank you so much. Okay, let's transition into some committee reports. For teacher negotiations, we don't have any. Bye if you're leaving us. All right, we don't have anything for teacher negotiations. Board policy, do we have any updates?
It's up for adoption and for name change, is that right? Mm-hmm. Up for adoption and for name change, and a truancy update for school code law.
That's for the policy committee? Yeah, so we're yeah, it's correct. Mm-hmm.
Sounds good, thank you. Finance.
No new update. Our next meeting is January 19th.
Perfect, thank you. Engagement, how's it going?
Oh,
How engaged are we?
Oh, we're gonna be engaged. God, it's gonna be so much engagement. You guys are gonna love me so much in the next coming, so much engagement. So this is gonna spill over in kind of the report of the joint conference, because I got a lot of ideas from it. Sure. So mine's gonna kind of spill over. So. Okay. Went to the conference, stole people's ideals, it was great. One thing that we're going to do that we decided as the engagement committee is there's 7 board members, there's 4 schools. We're going to kind of, because there are a lot of things that we need to do. And one thing we have not been doing is reaching out to all the communities and everyone, and there's some gaps there. We still have to work it out where each board member is going to be assigned to a school. What you're going to be assigned to do is still coming. So we'll figure out which school you'll be assigned to. Since there's 7 board members, 4 schools, that leaves 3 board members. So one person will be assigned to village, library, and then park district. So we'll figure those out. And then we came up with that. In between figuring that out, someone at the village reached out to me about an Arbor Day thing that they wanted to go on, and I was like, funny you reached out to me because we're going to give you a board member that's going to be your liaison, so this is going to work out perfectly. Because they had like a bunch of things, one of the commissioners reached out, they had a bunch of things that wanted to come up, and I was like, hey, give me a minute, still email, there's something up, but there's a perfect thing that we have in line that's going to work out. Another thing that we want to work on with the engagement committee is a welcoming kind of thing for new families that come in. And when we met with Nerese, we wanted to partner with the PTO, and the PTO was like, hey, we were just talking about that, and we want to do something too. And I was like, that's great. So we'll be partnering with them to figure that out. There's a whole 2-page list of engagement team stuff. You really got to steal ideas from people. There's going to be with our QR code that I don't know how it works, but it's going to be fabulous and go on stuff. Nerese is coming up with questions. It'll go out on, we're going to talk to the village to put it on their newsletter because the village always loves us, and I'm putting them on the spot to put it out there for us. You can't say no because you love the children. There's going to be 2 questions in there, and we're just trying to get people engaged and outside of just the school to see what it is, and we're trying to come up with questions to just get people engaged. And we're going to partner with the CAC, which I'm also on, because as we saw, 85 people answer questions. So we're trying to get more people and get it everywhere. So that's also forthcoming. We have a lot of stuff to do because I gave a list of things, of possibilities, and Nerese said yes to almost all of them. So let's see. We want to also do get some type of alumni network started up. Oh, I love that. That one we realize is probably going to be a longer process, but we're going to start talking about that. Another thing would be some type of connection with proviso schools that feed into, not necessarily that feed into East, but like get the 7th and 8th graders together. Get some type of event on that feed into East. We don't know exactly what it is. It probably won't be very soon. Like
neighboring communities?
Yeah, so how the all-school picnic was, where we had private schools. There's no more private schools in Forest Park, but something very similar. But reaching out to those schools with the 7th and 8th graders just because they may eventually feed into East, but throw something out there. So start reaching out to those communities, say, hey, if they're interested, maybe we can do something with the 7th and 8th graders, just because they will eventually connect. So look into that to see if the other schools in the area are interested in that, seeing if we do that, how would that work, and get that into the works and on the books, maybe. We could, or we could go to them. If they don't want to come to us, maybe we could go to them and get something together. If they want to host it, maybe we can host it, but getting those talks together. So there's a lot of big goals engaging in the bigger community, not just Forest Park, but getting everything joined. And part of that, a lot of that is relying on getting us as board members into those different schools and different organizations. So, and there'll be an email coming out once we figure it out. And like, we know we're all busy, but we'll work together figuring out once we get appointed to that, what that actually looks like and what that has come. So there's more to come, but we will be very engaged and be doing things.
I think that sounds great. The one thing that I always am trying to keep in mind is, we're talking about board engagement, not necessarily district engagement. Those are sort of two separate things. And so, I want to make sure that those all sound great, and some of those I recognize. A lot of them I think, yes, absolutely makes sense. Just, we always want to be thinking, is this appropriate for the board to participate in, or is this better served at the district level? So, but I'm excited. I'm always looking for more opportunities to engage.
Right, that's why it's like it's the beginning, and then we'll define like what is and with doing all these, they're going to have guidelines of when you're representing it, this is what your role is. So we're going to have it very defined of this is what your role is when you go. Have it very defined. This is what your role is when you're there. So we're going to have sheets and all these things.
And expectations around attendance, I'm assuming, so
Yes.
people know what they're, okay.
Yep.
You good? Okay. All right, superintendent evaluation.
On November 28th, Mr. Lyons and I and Dr. Alvarez joined. We had mentioned wanting to make the superintendent evaluation digital. And so our district already uses Teach Boost. I'm not sure if if we were not explaining what we needed correctly, but we left feeling that that might not be the best option for us. So for this round, we're going to use the same framework that we used before. And I just put Dr. Alvarez's goals that she made for herself. She sent them out in July in the newsletter. I have that to send out if you guys can't find that. Just put that in. So we're going to use the same rubric and still spend some time looking for a digital option, you know, being conscientious of price. Like, is it worth it? It would make it a little easier for Dr. Alvarez to share her supporting documents and all of that. So for now, it's ready. I will send it out to everybody. The plan is to have Dr. Alvarez complete her self-evaluation in February, and then the board will complete our evaluation of Dr. Alvarez in March, and then we will come together and be done with it in April. Yeah.
Question? Okay, PPC?
We do not have a meeting.
Do you have one in December?
I believe so. I have to take a look at it.
Okay. CAC?
You want me to go over it, Fuquan, or do you? Did a lot of talking. Okay. So our last meeting,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
what did we leave? No. So our next actions are, we are going to be doing 101s with each other internally with the CAC. So we should be scheduling those, reaching out with each other. We're working on the parent handbook, so we're making those comments, getting those updates in there. There are, looking at, we're still talking about the needs assessment. That's still ongoing, looking at that. So that's what, basically setting up the one-on-ones, practicing with each other first so we can start doing that with the community. So it's a lot of that prep work, doing it with each other so when we're prepared to start reaching out to the community and speaking with members and getting that set up.
Are we gonna do another needs assessment?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Will it be, I'm just gonna say, as extensive as it was last year?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, okay. Do you wanna, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you wanna come up and talk? Okay.
Like the shoes.
Nudie
Like it's so dramatic.
is joining us. Go
Hi,
ahead.
everybody. Okay, so the needs assessment is kind of like a working document similar to the school improvement plans. So when the CAC is going to give their recommendations for this year, it's essentially just building on the plan that was started. So each year the CAC will build off of the plan. So they are right now also reviewing the data from the state of the district and things like that to kind of help look at, okay, well, what are the recommendations for this year? What happened from last year's recommendation? What still needs to be updated, and so on and so forth. So it really just builds on every year, and it kind of gets easier every year, but it's a way of just a more formal way of making recommendations to you all from the CAC.
So one-on-ones within the CAC, still interviews or one-on-ones between CAC members, community members?
Yeah, they're constituents, right? So because everybody represents a certain group, it's the expectations that they all kind of gather the insights from the group that they represent. So their school community or their organization.
Okay.
And then we'll gather that information. There'll be town halls again.
Okay.
And there'll be focus groups. And they kind of talked about not wanting to do a separate survey, but just using and boosting the Q2 parent feedback survey, and then utilizing the QR code that was mentioned before for the board engagement, and using like those questions as the baseline questions so that it's not too many things all at once.
Right.
And just using what we have and kind of using it as a vehicle to interpret some of that feedback and give it to you all in a nicer, like cleaner way.
Yeah, and I agree about the surveys because I know we're wanting to increase participation in the 5Es. And so I don't want to
Exactly.
compete too much. I don't want people to get surveyed out.
Yeah.
So it's not like we don't want to know, but I think we want to be strategic. So it sounds like that's happening.
So it's
Not
just
surprised.
all just to always bring in that community insight
Yep.
to the school improvement, district improvement for every year. So that's why it happens every year. But it's not. So when you say, is it as intensive? The final product is, but it's not the actual action of what they're doing isn't as intensive because they're not starting from scratch. They have something already to go off of.
Okay, that makes sense.
And so now, like, we're a lot more like we're reviewing what. So now it's more of we're able to review what was done last year. So it's like we have the videos of what they did, looking at their information, and so we know how to go into it. So that's a lot of the last meeting was talking about that and reviewing that.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Nudies, for coming up. Okay, IASB delegate. I feel like this is your one time.
This is my grand finale. Come on, I've had it like it's my last time. So, as I said previously, there are resolutions that I send out to the board members. They let me know how they want to vote. Because there are 7 of us, I will vote the way the majority wants us to, which was yes to adopt all of them. The first one, I'll go through them just briefly for everyone. The first one was fund balances Miller ratio adjustment. So give me 1 second because I totally forgot. It was adopted. I'll come back to you that. The second one, financing public education locally. I don't remember what the reasoning was. The committee decided not to present that for a vote, so I did not submit a vote. Nobody did. There were 409 districts from Illinois at the delegate meeting. That would have been a helpful thing to start. So the one confusing part was one of the things put up was having a distance from a school where a firearm dealer location could be. I think there was some confusion in how it was presented. They were asking if we wanted to vote on it, and people voted how they wanted it to turn out, so we wound up not voting on that at all. That was a lot of my delegate assembly. I think it was just worded strange. So that was not up for a vote. School safety fund was approved. I did say they were all approved, right? Involvement with candidates for public office, that was taken off and not presented. There was a district that thought that as school board members, we should be more involved in the legislative process. And the committee decided that we do a lot as it is, and that can sort of get kind of mucky politically, and school boards are not political. So that was not put up for a vote. And financial contributions for school board elections. It was adopted to keep it that you cannot get them just from anybody. You can't. So I learned that some school boards, their teacher union gives candidates money, which was surprising to me. It's very eye-opening because, I know how our board works and local boards, but there's a whole state, right? Like Southern Illinois is a whole different thing, right? So when we all come together, it's hard to not debate, where I may disagree, but it might work well for a rural district. So thank you all for submitting how you wanted me to vote. I voted for yes for all of them. And that was it. That's my morning of the III conference. It's 409 people plus extra people talking. So, but it's an honor. It's really, I thank you for entrusting me to vote for all of us and be able to meet other people, which is kind of neat. So.
All right, thanks so much. Okay, so speaking about the joint annual conference, quite a few of us went. And I reminded those that attended to please make sure to take notes. It's an investment that the district makes in us, and I think it's really important that we share back some nuggets that we learned. You had some nice ones. I'm sure you'll have a couple others. I'll quickly start, and again, this is just a really quick snapshot. So one of the sessions that I went to, and just so everybody's clear, this is our part of it is about the Illinois Association of School Boards. So all of the school boards that want to participate from across the state can send their board, whoever wants to attend, and then administrators as well. So we had Dr. Alvarez, David McHale, and then we had Dr. Hubbard, who joined us. Did I miss anybody? That was it, right? Okay. Okay, so the first, his own board. Bob's got his own business. So the first session that we did was called, or that I did was called Post-Election COVID Recovery. And it was basically the folks that were leading it was Deputy Governor Torres, who works downstate in Springfield, directly with the governor's office, and then Representative Davis, not Danny Davis, but another Davis, a gentleman out in the south suburbs. He lives in the Homewood-Flossmoor School District. And he's the chair of the Educational Appropriation Committee. So really interesting. There was our state educational superintendent, Dr. Ayala, was there, which was a great honor to have her be there. So there's a lot going on in the room. The gist of the conversation was really about sort of the state of our state as it relates to funding educationally. So what does this mean for pensions? What does this mean for funding to schools? Our state is definitely improving financially. I know people have very serious feelings about, heated feelings, depending on how they feel about who's downstate in the governor's office, but our bond ratings have increased. Our state is healthier fiscally, which means that as an educational entity, we are eligible for more dollars from the state. So that was really interesting. There certainly still is a problem funding pensions, but it's definitely turning around in a positive direction so that people who have dedicated their life to educational service can certainly reap what they sowed. So that was really interesting. That was a big piece of kind of what was discussed, was just that it's nice to be in a better position than maybe we had been 5 years ago, 10 years ago, certainly. Again, as Shannon referenced, there are a lot of districts there. I thought one interesting thing that has not come up here is what happens when refugee families arrive, they land and on a bus in your community and need support. So there was a gentleman who was a superintendent in Wheeling, and so he asked the question, these are the right people to ask the question of, right? Like, what do we do with these families? How do we support them? There's an interesting conundrum around when these folks can work. They have to be here a certain amount of time before they can actually work, which feels very counterintuitive if they are here without resources and need to provide for their family. So that was something that I really hadn't considered, and I'm confident that if that was our community's reality, we would figure it out, but it was good for me to hear. So those were kind of the two, kind of big takeaways for that. I also went to the community engagement one that Monique, and actually Steve Rummel also was there. So some interesting ideas. They talked about this thing called the portrait of a graduate. Like, what does it mean to be a graduate of your particular district? And I'm certain that's not like a new concept, but I certainly hadn't really considered it, and I thought that could be something kind of interesting to think about. It sort of aligns with, like, how do you know you're successful with what you're learning? How do you know that you have been successful within your first step in your education? Yeah.
There is a website for that, portraitofagraduate.com.
Okay.
You could look it up.
Got it. So, so that was really neat. So I'll check that out. And then the last session that I looked at was extreme student behavior in the law. That was led by, I'm a total legal dork. And that was led by our new legal firm, Franzik. And they talked a lot about like the difference in sort of extreme behavior and like expulsions 5 years ago, a decade ago, and like you don't really get a lot of students expelled, which I don't think is a bad thing, because there's a lot of mess wrapped up in how that process all worked. But they talked about that. They talked about this. I thought was really interesting, that we need to do normalize doing mental health checks. You know, you do a vision, hearing, lice check. We should be normalizing checking in on students' mental health as well on a regular, systematic basis. I thought that was really interesting, that just like, oh yeah, why wouldn't we do that? So I'm certain that we are doing it. It was just the way they framed it made it seem so like not a big deal, important, but we're not making an event of it. So I thought that was interesting. Okay.
I have one to share in regards to, attended a policy one and learned that we do not have to do repeated readings on policy if we're going to go ahead and take what press is providing us. And then finally, I want to be able to put in a timeline of the policies so that each month parents, families can see when we'll be reading over these. It does not mean that, let's just say we're doing something on operations, or better yet, let's say something about students, that if you bring it out at a timeline that we don't have it, if a parent wants to bring it up, we could go ahead and take that out of the timeline and read it during that time. But just to provide our families with a better way of understanding when the policy committee will be reading those sections of policy, we will put that on the website, and I will provide that timeline to Nudi Suseta Ramos so she could start putting it up there and everyone could kind of follow with us.
Next.
So I attended 3 sessions, 2 of which, a not surprising number of sessions focused on coming out of the pandemic and sort of lessons learned from last year. I got to see sessions hosted by superintendents and administrators from Crystal Lake, from Naperville, and from Champaign-Urbana. Naperville, I'll go through Naperville real quick. They talked a lot about Board of Education engagement, and probably the most really impressive thing they had, again, going through the pandemic, they had a lot of there's a lot of challenging conversations that they had, a lot of really challenging engagement with both inside the building and with parents and members of the community. One of the ways that they talked about getting around that and of just getting better engagement in general was their board is in the school buildings a lot. So they didn't talk about core visits or the things we're doing, but they are in for, lunches with the principal, meetings. They do social events. They try to go to sporting events and things like that. So there was just a whole lot of it, and it was really nice to hear them talk about how that improved the relationship between their board and the teachers and the community at large. 2 of the other individuals who spoke, Dr. Boozer, who is the superintendent of Champaign-Urbana District 4, she had just a ton, I took a lot of really good notes. She had a lot of great things to say. They too had some really challenging times during the pandemic. Champaign-Urbana is a huge school district, just a wide diversity of opinions down there on how things were to work, and she had to come in and try to not fix, but do what she could to help mend damage that had been done. One of the things that she talked about that was really impressive, that I thought was something we could learn from, she talked a lot about family visits. There were a lot of people down there, a lot of families who were sort of, as she put it, on the edge. So they were doing things like direct visits to families through a program called Care Solace. She had to revamp their communication strategy because, like everywhere, the kids there have access to texts and to phones and so forth. So they had to come up with ways to really engage with parents to make sure that the communication channels they used were not just full of static, right? They wanted to make sure that the members of the school district and the board and the administration had clear channels of communication that weren't being sort of routed around in real time. One of the other things she talked about, so I have a whole bunch here and I don't want to go through all of it. One of the last things she talked about was, she and a gentleman named Steve Olson, who's out at he's the superintendent at Crystal Lake, they talked about welcoming people who into their, and we've talked about here, into their education community from the town who may not have children in the schools. They might not be parents. We're talking business leaders, civic leaders, people like that. They were doing a lot of conscious outreach to the community, which we've talked about doing here. But one of the things that Mr. Olson did, which I thought was really cool, is whenever they build something or do any kind of a rehab to a school building or put a new facility in, they put a big sign on the fence where they talk about, okay, this is what we're doing. We're building a playground or whatever it is. Bless you. And they say, thank you, taxpayers. And I do think it is a good thing. I think we're all very well aware of the treatment that we get at the hands of our taxpayers. The people of this town are extremely generous with us. The business community is extremely generous. They're engaged, and I think it's appropriate that we thank them. And I thought that they had some really good examples of how these other districts did that. Lastly, I was in a seminar on one more thing. For our IT people, apparently ransomware is a big threat, and small school districts have been targeted. So, for what it's worth, something we should think about. Lastly, and probably this is one of the more interesting ones, there were several school districts that have student representatives to the Board of Education. This includes K through 8 districts like ours. So these districts have incorporated students, usually in 6th, 7th, and 8th, middle school, who are non-voting members of the Board of Education, and they can attend meetings, they can participate in discussions, they obviously do not participate in a closed session or anything related to staff conduct or things like that, but they are on hand for, they can ask questions of the board can ask questions of them, and overwhelmingly the boards involved were really happy with the students that were there. The boards, as it happened, they hand-selected the students who are going to be there through an application process, but they're also moving towards going to having the students elect a rep and a co-rep to the board. So I thought that was a really kind of an interesting idea. Both the students and the teachers and the boards reported, I should say the administrators and the boards reported that there was a lot, it just facilitated communication. It was really easy to have a conversation with a kid in middle school and get their opinion on what the things that the board was talking about. So overall, some really good sessions. But a lot of the districts, virtually everybody there is contending with the same stuff we contend with here, especially coming out of the pandemic. So it's kind of nice to hear that we weren't the only ones struggling.
I just want to mention quickly, thank you, Steve, that we have Care Solace here. So that's a resource for our community as well.
Steve just stole one of the things I was going to say, so I was just thinking maybe I shouldn't have had him go first. No, I'm just joking. One other thing I want to add, some of the stuff that I talk about the engagement committee doing came out of those sessions. When I went this time, usually when I go and I pick sessions, I always look at, well, what are some things I can bring back that'll benefit like our school district as a whole. This time I went was like, I thought about what can I do that will benefit what I'm doing for me personally on the board directly now. I usually look at what'll benefit like going down the line. So I purposely pick sessions just for engagement because I'm on engagement committee, and that's kind of where I feel like I've been struggling the most like in this past few months with the engagement committee. So everything was pretty much focused around that. I think other things that came out of it would have been one of the sessions I went to, it just went over kind of like their board meetings in far as engagement. I was trying to find it where it brought up, where they added far as one of their board meetings, like on their agenda, they added, where they were highlighting things in their community. And one thing they highlighted, where they talked about one of their schools where they were hearing a lot of negative things, and it kind of brought up me thinking of the middle school, where they made a point of every single meeting on the agenda they posted, they put a positive thing that was happening in the school. for every single meeting. And and they read it out, and kind of like putting it out there as an official record that was a line, and just to get people in mind, like, these good things are happening. And I was like, oh, that's something so simple that can change people's perception, where you have to read it. It's a very blatant part, and they made it purposeful that you have to see this in writing. It's a part of the official record. And it just made me think of the middle school, that you hear all these narratives of the middle school, and putting it on an official record is something that we can maybe look into doing. I don't know how that would fit, but that could be something simple of a positive thing to put in there that we read out that's happening at the middle school, just to kind of change it and kind of throw it out there to people to see, like, these are the things that is positively happening in our schools. And it was also like and it sounded like they were having a lot of troubles, and I don't think we have this problem, but they talked a lot of how they would check in on, and I didn't get whether they were doing it as a part of their actual board meeting, or if they did it afterwards. They would check in, do like a 5-minute check-in on how effective their meetings were going, because they were noticing like there was a lag time in something they were doing it, but it was just like a recheck on being more effective as board members. But I just didn't really get if they were doing it as a part of a meeting. It's in here, this little booklet here. Oh, okay. But I read it and I was like, I don't know if they're doing it as a part of a meeting, because that just seemed weird to me. But I think they were just having a lot of troubles as far as a board, because they were very new. Like, it seemed like they cleared the board and they didn't have anyone there new, so it was just a completely new board turnover. But that was just interesting, of doing maybe a check-in. It doesn't have to be as part of a meeting, and just a quick, like, how did you think that went? And I don't think we have those troubles, but doing a check-in could be something that we could do, like, how do you think that went? And it could be through email, which is something that kind of stood out, like, oh, we could always check in with each other, and just to see how was your feeling about that would never hurt. And I think also with another district, I was just talking, probably that same one, because they had changed over quite over time. They did a lot of detail about their new member orientation, and I didn't bring it with me, and I thought I did, but they had a very detailed guide about new member orientation, to where it was like a full book, and they had it online too, where they had slots in there for every single item, and it was just very detailed. And they built on it with years. So as soon as something changed, like if it changed with ISB, someone's job was to go in there and update those links. So when someone came on, if it was like a sudden thing, you didn't have to scramble. Or even if I needed to go refresh my memory about something, like, oh, there was this thing that came up. It was out there for us to get, and it was just like, they said it took them a while to build it, but it was just something like, oh, we can be doing that just as a refresher. And it was just these little things that I learned, like, oh, why aren't we doing this? Like, oh, some things just make sense. And I think that came up because they had a wonderful secretary that had been there for years, that had all this knowledge, and left, and then she left. It was like, oh, where's this knowledge at? Who has this information? And they had to build this stuff, and it's like, as they built it, it was just great to have. So thought about that too, like, oh, maybe we need to do these things.
If you have that to share, I mean, we do have a new member,
Yeah.
sort of, but I think we can definitely get better with that, so.
And I was very,
could share that.
because at every session, they always say, oh, we'll be happy to help and reach out. And I said, oh, I'm glad you said that. Here is my information. I'm going to take yours. So I did tell them I will be reaching out. And they did seem like they would be happy to share information. I did say, hey, I know you said this. Were you serious? And they said they would. So they said they would share it with us. And of course, things have to change. Some things don't apply. But all these districts seem like they would be very happy to share information and build off of it. So I have all their information. If they didn't mean it, they do now. So, hey. So it'll be great. I'll reach out to them, and I'll bring it and share it.
One of the first ones I went to was a lawyer, one put on by our old law firm, the Himes, Petrarca, and Fester. They talk about different cases that have been going on. They said to expect that there'll be more political intervention in races and with curriculum. How we teach about history and race and racism is becoming a bigger issue with people. And library contents about books and trying to ban books. And the lawyer had said that some of that is that the parent has control over what the child checks out So it seems a little counterintuitive, like if you don't like the book or you don't want your child to read the book, just say, hey, I don't want my child to read that book. But, and what else? Just some highlights. Behavior and response from school personnel will take a legal bent. So kids, they don't know it's possible because of the pandemic, right? That kids are acting out quicker and reacting in a way that they haven't before, and it is making everything so much more difficult. And there are places where teachers are genuinely concerned, are actually getting, physically harmed. So these are just all things that I think are, on the horizon. I usually go to sessions like equity, which I'm really into, but I wanted to expand what I go to. Another session I went to was about after-school programming, and it was Paris Union School District 91. I think they're a little more rural and smaller. They have a program coordinator, and they do programs before school, so they start from 6 a.m. You could, as a parent, you could send your child from 6 a.m., and they would be kept until 6 p.m. It includes snacks, and they hire people to do these programs. It's not teachers, because they are a small district. So that was kind of neat to listen. They gave out these boxes. I forgot what it is, but it was like a STEAM project. It was a floating lantern. That was kind of fun. I did it at home, not during the session. And then the other one that struck me as important to go to was recruiting and mentoring future school board members. So one of the questions is, what do you do when you have a new school board member? And we've talked about that we do have an orientation. But how do you learn about it? How do you get people to run? And a lot of districts, a lot of boards will reach out to people that they know. And how a lot of people, like, does the district put anything out? And that some people don't know what board work entails or what we do. So that was interesting. So I realized that somewhere maybe we could focus a little more on around election times. It may be a little late now for this cycle, but there are more. So how do we connect with our community and get other people into the running when we do have vacancies?
So I did not get the opportunity to spend a full day at the event like you guys did, but I did attend one session where they did talk about tax levy and kind of do a little better understanding. I will tell you that Dr. Hibbert, you've done a great job explaining, and so it was very reassuring to back up what we hear in our board meetings on a day-to-day basis. It was also interesting because we are a part of Cook County, which is completely different than how the rest of the state works. And so they kind of did a good comparison between how school districts in Cook County versus the rest of the state works. And so it was a good education. That's all I have.
Thank you. I hope everybody enjoyed their time, got something out of it. I think it's really important that as our schedules allow, that we continue to make space. So thanks to the district for supporting our efforts for professional development. Okay, 2, the NEP Learning for Equity Institute. So this has been on hiatus for over 2 years. The last time staff went, 2019? Late 2019, I think. Yeah, I think some of our staff went late 2019. It's a residential program that's in partnership with the National Equity Project, and so we've decided that we would make the opportunity available for any district staff and board members who wanted to make the commitment to attend. I unfortunately cannot. I have plans that I cannot move, so I won't be there, but we're hoping there will be other sessions, so if you can't make it, that we can plan to go at some other later time. Yeah.
I'm just kind of curious if any of the board members are interested in going February 23rd, so I see one.
Yeah. The possibility.
Okay, maybe 2. So I was told by NEP that it is best that there's board members and district level and not just one group, so that this happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So we probably should figure out when we need people to commit. So soon, yeah,
soon.
really soon. I would say like probably by mid next week to make a decision about it. So
I have not brought it up to my administrators.
Okay.
I think only one administrator knows about it.
Okay.
But I think it might be the first time some of you are hearing of it. So about going to California in February 23rd to the 26th. So I'm looking at faces right now. I'm sorry? That's what I'm looking at you guys.
yeah,
Yeah, no.
I know. I'm sorry. I used the wrong term.
Yeah. We'll talk about it further.
Okay. All right. Perfect. So I'm done with mine. Dr. Hubbard, you want to come on up?
Good evening, board and Dr. Alvarez. Very quick. Okay, Dr. Alvarez, can I hit the clicker? Just a couple things I want to discuss with you. Each year in December, we normally talk about the Consumer Price Index, so I just want to give you an update on that.
Uh-oh.
There you go. And as we talked, as Mr. Line said, we've been talking about the levy. This is a very interesting year. It's going to be interesting for the next couple of years just because of how high the Consumer Price Index is. Right now, it's trending to be about 6.9% for this year. On the graph on display, the two numbers highlighted in yellow, those are estimates yet. Those haven't been released yet. But it's pretty high. Normally, it's been about 1.5% to 2.5% for the past 20 years. And these past couple years, it's been relatively high, which is going to affect our levy for the next couple years, not just this year, but next year and the year following that. So we do have to keep that in mind as that continues to trend. And hopefully, it starts going down and inflation goes down in the next couple of years. But it's going to be interesting to see how that affects taxes over the next couple of years. As a result, we are having a special board meeting next week to approve our levy. That's going to be on the 14th at 6 p.m., so we will have that here, correct. And it will also be streamed live. It should be a very short, brief meeting, probably about 15, 20 minutes. And lastly, a lot of the talk you've heard about is how we're going to improve our base and our foundation, and we got to do that financially. So we've done some research, and we realized that we need to improve our phone system, some of the operations here. So we are transitioning over to a voice over IP phone system, which is really going to allow us to use the internet to have a better phone system than what we have now. We reached out to 4 different companies to provide us an estimate on what that would cost. It's not a contract we have to enter into agreement with them. It's just a monthly bill, just like your regular phone bill is. There's no upfront cost for us whatsoever with it, just because it's going to go off the T1 lines and the data that we have now. And we all have the infrastructure that we need, and we have enough switches and data points to do this. So it's basically going to be free to us, and it's going to save us about $12,000 a year in savings because the old lines that we have right now are quite expensive to keep and maintain because mostly everyone is going to voice over IP systems. And it's also going to allow us to better communicate more effectively in the district. So instead of having to call the main office and then be transferred and wait for someone to pick up, we could call that person directly because they'd have an extension. So we'll continue to look at how we can improve the systems in our districts. But no upfront cost to us, no contract we have to sign. They're just going to come and provide the systems because we have the data in-house already. Okay? And on our monthly bill, we'll save about $1,000 a month.
Okay. The fact that you put copper-based phone lines is just embarrassing. I know why you did that.
That's what
I
we
won't
have.
forget that.
That is what we have in the district still, and they're
Like, we
very
get it.
expensive to maintain.
It's ridiculous.
That's why we're going to be saving about $1,000 a month, so we don't have to maintain those anymore. The next thing, did want to transition, we've been talking about how we're going to improve more infrastructure, and as Dr. Alvarez mentioned, we are really looking forward, pushing forward this year, and thank you for your support to implement 2 STEAM labs this year. So I do want to invite over our architects, White and Company, and Amy from there to talk and share with you some of where we are in the process right now.
Welcome, Ms. T-Berry.
Dr. Alvarez, Board of Education, thank you so much for having me here. My name is Amy Taberry. I am with White & Company. I'm an architect. I've worked with your district before in the past. It's been several years since I've been here, so I'm really happy to be back here. We're going to talk about the STEAM labs over at Field Stevenson and Forest Park Middle School. One thing I'd like to start off with is kind of some core principles for STEAM spaces that we have seen in other districts and across the state through our experience of school architects. The first one being fostering connectivity and putting learning on display. By putting learning on display, you're really promoting that curiosity in a student and getting excited about the programs that are behind the walls. So it's really important. The other thing is creating the sense of flexibility and agility. We don't know what tomorrow brings or 10 years from now for education, but we want to make and design a space for the district for years to come and for the growth of education and how it changes over time. So making it very agile and flexible is important. And then also maximizing the available resources within the space. That means utilizing all the wall space, anything that you can in order to make that space multifunctional and multi-purposeful. We're going to start over at Field Stevenson, and we met 2 times with the user group, which consists of staff members and administrators. And what we heard was that we established kind of 3 zones within the space: a research zone, an experimental zone, the making and doing area, the hands-on kind of experiments, and then a presentation area, and I'll share with you in the plans kind of how that shaped out. We were looking for opportunities for all, for grades 3 through 5, and we are looking to accommodate 24 students within that space. We are also looking to provide kind of a finished space appearance, and with pops of color and creating character with color within that space. And then, as I mentioned before, about using every surface, whether it be the walls, the floors, storage, making sure STEAM spaces need storage, so being able to provide storage for that room and making it flexible and adaptable over time. This is an overall floor plan or map of Field Stevenson Forest Park Middle School. The main entrance is located with the red arrow, and then the room that's circled here, room 11, is the room that staff selected for where the STEAM lab would be located here at Field Stevenson. We're gonna zoom in on that circled area right now. This is the existing space as it appears today. So what we did is we just kind of cut off the top of the floor and kind of tilted it so it's kind of a dollhouse view, we like to call that. The red arrows around it are kind of outline that STEM room proper. This view shows the proposed plan that was discussed with the group and agreed upon. And so remember when I mentioned those kind of 3 zones? Looking at a research zone highlighted in kind of pink, the experimental making and doing zone, which has access to water and a sink, and then a presentation area. The other thing we discussed a lot in the group was that students learn differently. Some students need a quiet space to learn, so kind of over here where number 2 is, that is a breakout room that if you need a quiet study to occur, you could go in that room and work with a small group but you'll see that there's glass around there so that supervision can occur. So if a teacher was providing a lesson in the room itself or working with a couple students in the larger room, a small group of students could still work in the small group room and still be supervised. We are going to take a look at some renderings. They are just in black and white yet. We still have to meet with the group to discuss color. So just bear with us, use your imagination. But to give you a 3D perspective, this is looking at the teaching wall. There would be a marker board, and we're working on a graphic we discussed with the group, providing some sort of STEAM graphic above the marker board area. And then we're going to turn around over here, but this is that experimental zone area, and this wall has a Wordle wall that the staff is actually going to engage with the school to come up with what those words are, but they were based on STEM kind of creativity and drawing and experimental and engineering words. So they're going to look to see and help create and design their room. This is a little bit better view standing in the other corner looking back at that Wordle wall, which has lots of storage along it. 3D printers are very popular in STEM labs, so they would sit on the countertop and be able to use back there. There's bench area and then more storage, a pegboard with adjustable shelving that you can store other materials on and supplies, and there's a sink over here in the corner. You'll see in this corner is that glass breakout room that we talked about, that quiet study area, LED lighting. So we're going to move over to Forest Park Middle School, and heard similar things from the group over at the middle school about establishing those 3 zones, but here we're going to be designing for kiddos that are a little bit older, so the 6th through 8 grades, and we're targeting 24 to 25 kids within that space. The idea of providing different opportunities and creating choice, allowing kind of a finished space, as well as providing access for all, making it very open and different types of learning styles, and then using every surface of the wall. So these pictures are just examples from other schools. To kind of show what was possible. So again, same floor plan, but now we're going to go over to room 127. This was also the room that was selected by staff of where they would like to see the new STEM lab. The unique location for this room, which is very beneficial for the STEM lab, is directly adjacent to the cafeteria, the existing cafetorium at Forest Park Middle School. So it's in the heart of the school. And, sorry about that. And so as we look at kind of the existing dollhouse view, if you were kind of the aerial view, this is how the rooms sit today. There's some lockers flanking a wall, masonry walls surrounding kind of a corridor with a couple entrances into the old home ec room, some storage space, and then what is now the IT room. Outlined in red is the proposed area of renovation. And then this is the view looking at what it could look like, the proposed solution that we talked with the group, creating this kind of glassy entryway with some identification with some signage that you can kind of see in, creating that research zone. And here at the middle school level, having collaborative tables with monitors where a group of students could go up to and work together on a certain assignment or project. Having that quiet study. Looking at a presentation area where you'd have your teaching wall and with markboards flanking it and some tackable surface for pinup space. And then your experimental area where there's a lot of storage with cabinets along this back wall, areas to place 3D printers. You have an existing CNC machine that's in another room. We're going to relocate it here to the STEM room and repurpose it in this room. And then dedicated storage for the middle school STEM lab area. some views. This is the view looking from the cafeteria into the entryway for the STEAM lab. And then a view look standing in the corner over by the presentation area, looking out, kind of a graphic wall we're still working on with the team on what that looks like. This is that quiet study room area. The idea here, we still have to work with the group on what the furniture actually is, but a suggestion was there's that idea of choice and having kind of some soft seating, but this provides seating, kind of lower seating, but then up here there's stool height seating with a table, so you can almost create this amphitheater effect so that everybody can see the front of the board. And then a view standing from the experimental area looking out. So this is where the sink is and all that storage that I mentioned before. Flexible tables, some overhead power for pull down power so that you can move these tables around and have the power accessible. Because one thing with STEAM is there's a lot of technology and a lot of power needs that are associated with that, especially at this grade level. So having that accessible throughout the room. All right, cost. Very important. So the total potential cost estimate right now, as it sits today, is $1.9 million for both rooms. We are planning on going out to bid in January, so we'll know hard construction numbers at that point in time. We'd bring those back to the Board of Education for formal approval, targeting in February. So the project doesn't go forward without board formal approval. Just know that, but we want to get competitive numbers, so we put a set of documents out to the public so that they can bid on, and we review the contractors that are awarded to make sure that they are qualified. We still have a couple meetings with the group to discuss finish selection and colors, and then a furniture selection exercise as well before we've kind of finalized the package and put it all together. Then the goal is to start construction in June, the beginning of June, as soon as you guys get out of school, starting construction so that we are ready for completion in August when you get back. Now, I say target because this day and age, trying to get materials sometimes, but we will be very transparent and communicate that to the district to make sure that we maintain the schedule. Any questions? Gotta really click there.
I have one question. I'm always worst case scenario type person. But if there are construction delays with that and it doesn't hit the target date, where the rooms are situated, and if school starts back, that won't disrupt anything else because of where they're situated at though, right? Okay.
You're correct. The one is a staff lounge right now for the Field Stevenson. The other room, the old home ec room, is not being utilized by students. Neither, but the other area is the tech area, which they would have had to move out of that space anyway for this project.
You said you're going out to bid. Do you expect to see wide variances when you pick a contractor, or do you think the prices are about right?
At now, this is our best guess with the market conditions that we are in, but yeah, we should be pretty close to what we're targeting for what we've been seeing so far. I don't have a crystal ball. I wish I did. I mean, make our lives easier. Any other questions? Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, thank you for coming. We're really excited about this. You ready to come on up, Moses? Okay. Finally.
No, that's okay. I mean, we serve the same community, and me being here tonight, gives me an insight of what's going on in town. So I do appreciate the opportunity this evening, and I'm very grateful for the time for tonight to present this concept. So for those who don't know me, I'm Moses Amade. I am the village administrator here in Forest Park. I've been here for a year and a half. I'm loving every minute of it. Every day is different, and I'm really enjoying being part of this community. So again, thank you for having me. concept I'd like to present tonight, a letter is in your packets this evening from me regarding a concept that I would like to get the board's feedback on should the village decide to proceed with a TIF extension. I'll keep, I guess, my opening remarks very simple for those that may not be familiar with TIF or the history of this district, and then we can go into the specifics of my letter, you know, the finance estimates, et cetera, of what I've presented in that letter. So 22 years ago, in the year 2000, the village established a TIF district at the north end of town, just a few blocks from here. Encompasses Brown Street, Franklin Circle Avenue, and then makes its way south a little bit down Harlem Avenue. And the purpose of TIF districts is to provide a financing mechanism that would be used for public improvements within an area. It can be used to help assist private development. At the end of the day, the point of the TIF is to increase the value of that area, which would then lead to additional revenues for all of the affected taxing bodies. TIFs by law last 23 years, and in 2023, the Brown Street TIF, which is the one that we're talking about, is going to expire. And then once the TIF expires, if there are any monies left over that have not been used for the projects and the permitted uses under the state law, any extra monies will be refunded to the taxing bodies on a proportional basis based on what their share is of one's total tax bill. In D91's case, in 2020, because when we do reporting, when we do, you know, the collection of TIF revenues, I'm learning it's usually a year in arrears. So for the purposes of tonight's meeting, I'm using 2020 numbers. Those numbers were presented at this summer's joint review board with all the taxing bodies. So in 2020, D91's portion of one's tax bill is 38%. A few years ago, it was 41, so it actually has gone down. So for purposes of estimates, I'm going to use the 38% number for future projections, and what's historically been attributed to D91 is your portion of the TIF increment. So in any event, going back to the year 2000, the value of that area, the equalized assessed value of the Brown Street TIF amounted to $5.2 million in the year 2000. In 2020, the equalized assessed value of the TIF area increased to $12.2 million. So with regards to the TIF increment, property taxes are not frozen, but the rates that all taxing bodies, or the revenues that all taxing bodies received in the year 2000, even when the value of the area goes up, remains constant for the duration of the TIF. So every year, with the increase in value of the district, any incremental revenue over that $5.2 million figure gets distributed to the village's TIF fund. And over time, as those monies accumulate, the village uses those for a number of different projects. From what I understand, in the last 20-some years, it's been a lot of public improvement projects in that area, water, roadway, streetscape. The village currently is using TIF monies to repaint its water tower right now, and that's about just shy of $1 million. So in my letter, I have posed a couple of scenarios and why that is the village considering pursuing this avenue of extending the TIF another 12 years. And when I say 12 years, that is the maximum allowable extension under the state law, that it can be extended for a period of 12 years. There are a number of items that are forecasted, that are expected, that the village would incur or experience in the next 12 years that just haven't happened yet. The main thing that I note in our letter is the Harlem Avenue Railroad Bridge that is at the border of Forest Park, River Forest, and Oak Park. That bridge needs to be reconstructed to allow for more efficient traffic flow for north-south Harlem Avenue traffic, and also raised in light of the truck traffic that is on that road, that once in a while a truck will hit it for being too tall. That endeavor is going to be at least $10 million. And the question that is right now is that's uncertain is who pays amongst the three communities, amongst the state, and at what percentage. And each year, as we have our joint review board meetings, we note in our TIF report that we have allocated $2.5 million for that project, at least for Forest Park's share. It's my hope that as the years go on, that we don't have to pay anything, that we can get grants, that we can get the feds to pay it, or the state because it's the state road. I hope that's the best case. I can't make any promises. But there's potential, especially with my history in government for over 20 years. A lot of times the rail industries do not pay for projects like that. Especially grade separation projects are never funded by the rail industry. And I don't want to use the word never because I'm sure there's exceptions, but at least ones that I'm aware of, especially ones in Lake County, those are county funded or state funded rail separation projects. So it's potential that the village may have some exposure. Our portion of that bridge is small compared to our neighbors. But the question remains, if there is a Forest Park portion for a local share, where does that money come from? For sure, it does not come from our general fund, as we don't have extra monies with regards to that. So at the end of the day, a better Harlem Avenue corridor will improve the area, will increase the value of the area. I also talk about in the letter that there's potential for redevelopment in that area. And whenever there's redevelopment asks, there's always an incentive ask. So as a non-home rule community, our village has very little tools in its toolbox to use to promote economic development. We're very, very restricted. And TIF monies are often used to help incentivize redevelopment, where at the end of redevelopment, you have properties that are higher value, which leads to higher assessed valuation, more revenue for the taxing bodies. In addition, I note in our letter that we now have a lead water service mandate that the state has imposed on the entire state. That is not coming with any assistance from the state, which means that in the absence of grants, our local water customers will be paying for that switch out. It is now going to be mandated. And we have a lot of lead in this town, and we do have lead in this TIF district that needs to be switched out. Let me just see a couple other things that I highlight without going the whole letter. Two other things I want to talk about are business incentive grants. We do have existing businesses in the TIF district. TIF monies are often used to help incentivize existing businesses to perform upgrades on their properties that would not normally happen if not, or the but-for test with incentives. TIF monies are often used to help incentivize that, again, to help improve the property. Lastly, and I note this in the letter, and a lot of this is speculative, and I will admit that, a lot of it is speculative. And I'll get to my point at the end here. But we're going to be talking to the CTA very soon about their property located at the north end of town. I know it's been a very popular topic to talk about upgrading their property, especially with their water tower. So we are going to be talking to them about removing that water tower which is an eyesore to all three of our communities. And they do not, from what I understand, have monies allocated to help take that down. So if there's any assistance, whether it's from us or our neighbors to help take that down, their tower is also located in our TIF district, and they also have some infrastructure issues that, hopefully can be worked out over time. So a lot of this is speculative, may or may not happen. So at the end of the day, what happens with the money that's left in the TIF district fund that we currently have, or what's speculated to be generated over the next 12 years. So in the event that a lot of this does not work out, we will need to keep our partnering taxing bodies informed about, what our efforts are and where everything stands. And then look at the declaration of TIF surplus back to the taxing bodies. I hope there's other avenues that we can pursue for a lot of these things, but since we're near the end of the life of the TIF, and as a community that does not have a lot of tools to help fund a lot of these public improvements or incentivize private improvements that will lift the assessed valuation of the area, TIF is always an important tool that we like to have. So with the declaration of a TIF surplus, as we meet annually as a joint review board, and we do meet annually in the summer at the end of the fiscal year and give everybody an update where everything's at, if a lot of these projects do not pan out or may be cheaper than what we're anticipating, we will consider the declaration of surplus to return these monies back to the taxing bodies in the event that they're not needed. Again, these are all of our monies. It's not the village's. So in the event that these monies are not used, the village cannot use it for its day-to-day operations. It can't be used for our departments. It cannot be used to pay pensions. It cannot be, it does not turn into village money. If TIF monies are not used and is left over, pursuant to the permitted uses under the state law. So again, the point to carry on this existing TIF for a period of another 12 years, there's a lot of things kind of in limbo now that, may come to fruition in the near future that we'd like to be prepared for in the event we have some exposure where we need to pay for, in some cases, public improvements or to incentivize private, which will then benefit all of the taxing bodies. I did send some preliminary information estimates to the district, but I'll stop right now and answer any questions that you may have about this. And again, I appreciate the opportunity tonight.
So I think there's some internal discussions we'd want to have, because obviously Dr. Hubbard's going to have to take a look at this. And so before I say anything about we would need to listen to what Dr. Hubbard had to say about how this was going to pan out.
Dr. Alvarez is not going to weigh in on the TIF. It's a board function. So Dr. Alvarez is not going to weigh in on the TIF.
I was just thinking for the financial impact to us, no?
We can get some more information from Dr. Hubbard, certainly, but yeah, this is really a purely board function.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to know as far as if we went ahead with this, which I read the material that you sent over and I understand what you want to do and why you want to extend the TIF. I have no problem with it theoretically. I just don't know what that's going to do to our revenues. It means.
I can answer that question. Yeah, so yes, we're talking big numbers here. I did send Dr. Albert information today along with Dr. Alvarez. Let's see here.
I think it'd be fair to say, would it be fair to say that we'd just be continuing as we are? Because the TIF has been in place for 20 years. So what we would not see, we're just not going to get that. If we stop the TIF, if we just let it expire, we would actually see an increase in revenue because the TIF is done. There's no more tax incentive, right? What you're asking us to do is just keep doing what we've been doing for 20 years.
Yes, so if the TIF expires as of 2020 numbers, and you've got my numbers here, and I sent them numbers, the district will see an extra $270,000 plus or minus, it might be a little bit more, annually, okay? We've done some modeling based on the tax rate from when the tax rate, from early in the TIF. We've done some modeling regarding the EAV of the district, of what it could potentially be. And the numbers that we came up with are about $4.6 million is the district's possible exposure.
That's over 12 years?
That's over 12 years. Now, my numbers, don't quote me. We've done some modeling because there's going to be a lot of unknowns of what the tax rate's going to be. From what I understand, the EAV of the area, of all the village, is going to go down next year. We received notice from the county about that. So there is some fluctuation that goes up and down, okay? But if you do a small percentage increase, and which will account for the ups and downs over 12 years, potentially, but it's not in stone, 4.6 million, okay? Again, in the event that things do not work out, we're talking about significant dollars, we need to look at surplus, because this is a big ask. And a surplus declaration that if we're getting money that we're not using it, we can't use it for village operations. We would look at refunding those back to the districts. The other thing I note in the letter is in the event that there's a development in the TIF district during the next 12 years which produces residential units with school-aged children, school districts have first lien on that increment already to make the school districts whole. So that's another safety net for the school district should there's development that has a certain type of residential to it as well. So I know I'm talking about big numbers and a big ask, but I need to provide at least a safety net for our partnering taxing bodies where if I'm wrong, if my assumptions are wrong and we're not using the money, there's a mechanism in which they can be refunded.
Does that mechanism only happen if the village believes they can't spend the money?
From what I understand, the village board will have to make a declaration of surplus in order to refund the surplus.
Right, so we would need to rely on people to make that decision.
Yeah, so there's an annual joint review board project.
Yep.
Meeting.
Sure.
That goes on. I note in the letter that, some of these things, especially with the bridge hasn't been engineered yet. It's in its early stages. So we're talking 5+ years down the line. We don't know what that exposure is yet, but the potential is there.
Got it. Which other taxing bodies have you spoken to?
So D91 has the biggest exposure out of all of the taxing bodies. So you are my first stop, okay?
Yeah.
I've obviously the schools are the biggest.
Sure.
You and Proviso, okay? I've contacted everybody. Okay. I've not made presentations before everyone. I'm starting now, and you are my first stop. You are the largest taxing body.
Okay. Oh, go ahead, John.
So when does this officially expire? Because you just left it kind of general in 23.
It was established in June of 2000. I need to check if it expires in June of 23 or the end of 23. I will need to get some counsel on that. However, in order to extend the TIF, we need to contact members of the General Assembly to submit a bill before the General Assembly. The Illinois General Assembly has to pass a bill allowing extension of the TIF district. So in order to do that, we need to start in early 2023.
So when you say in early, is that a January? Is that a February? Is that a March?
Yeah, I'm hoping January to get a bill submitted because there's a new legislative session starting in early January.
We're not making a decision on this right now.
That's kind of my point.
Yeah, I think this is our opportunity to hear. We have the accompanying material from the letter. This is, as you've said, this is a big ask, so I think we definitely need more time to process this.
And that's fine.
Yeah, and to
so-
connect with our attorney too about the implications of this and to do some modeling of what this could do for our district. I mean, you just heard our STEAM labs are just under, they will probably balloon up to $2 million. So
Yeah.
it's not like we couldn't make good use of this. So I'm not saying either way. I'm just saying that we're not prepared.
Well, and I guess that was my ask, is kind of backing it up when we have to be back to the village with our decision, knowing that we're meeting here in December. Our next available vote on this is January at the earliest, which could potentially even be February or March later. So that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, I think with all due respect, if we're not ready in January, we're not ready in January. You know, like my goal is that we could be ready in January, but I don't know. We may need a little bit more time. So I think we need to take everybody's temperature to kind of make a decision about certainly being a good steward of the village. We want to be great partners, but how does this impact us? What does this mean for our future?
Yeah, and that's why I'm here tonight, just
Yeah.
to kind of explain the concept and where we're coming from in our perspective. I just need, and I'll get back to staff here about, what is the legislative process of when a bill needs to be filed, et cetera. I think a couple of TIF extensions were just approved maybe during veto session.
Okay.
Last week, a number of towns had TIFs extended. The one I've worked on, when I first started out in government, was extended. So, I just want to use this opportunity to just kind of present the concept. And if you need more information, I'm happy to provide it. Yes, a lot of what I'm providing is speculative because you just can't predict or model what the value of the district may or may not be or what the tax rate would be as well.
Yeah.
So, we've tried to make a good faith effort, but at the same time, we want to provide at least some securities that should things not pan out, there is a mechanism which this can get returned.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. And you can, I'm pointing to you, Dr. Hubbard. I think, you'll help us stay on top of also understanding the legislative process and any timing that we should be aware of. I want to make sure we're deliberate, or we're not slowing you down, but that we're thoughtful about this. So, yeah, of course.
Where does the 12 years come from? Is there a certain amount of time that you can extend, or can you pick anything, and how did you come up with 12?
State law.
Okay.
Yeah,
thank
state law is 23 years, but you're allowed to extend for periods of 12 in blocks as long as the taxing bodies okay it. Yeah.
I feel like you said it. I'm sorry. Can you remind me of, or us, of when the other two TIFs expire? Wait, I might be able to find this out.
I'd have to check. I don't think it's imminent. I'd have to check. I can get back to you. I'll
Yeah,
look
that
at
would
our
be
TIF
great if we could have
reports.
that information about the other districts. Yeah. Okay.
I'll provide that.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Questions? We good?
Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Thank you so much. Let me get myself organized. Okay. Excuse me. May I have a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Yeah, let me finish. That's okay. For the purpose of employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of employees in accordance with open session agenda items and the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Can we do a roll call? Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Lyons?
Aye.
Mr. Brooks?
Aye.
Mr. Rummel?
Aye.
Ms. Cotton? Aye. Ms. Wood?
Aye.
Ms. Tyler?
Aye. Okay, great. So we are, and I need to also call for a vote. Give me 1 second. to allow Mr. Ian May to join us in closed session. May I have a motion?
Make a motion.
A second?
I'll second.
A roll call, please.
Mr. Lyons?
Aye.
Mr. Brooks?
Aye.
Mr. Rummel?
Nay.
Ms. Cotton? Aye. Ms. Wood?
This is the employee.
Aye.
Ms. Tyler?
Aye. Okay, so we've got 5 ayes, 1 nay, so we are going to allow Mr. May into our closed session. The board will be voting on allowing an advocate. So if the board votes, then you're allowed. If not, then we will just have the employee, since it's a private employment matter. If the board allows you to attend. Okay. We're conducting our meeting in public for this very reason. You don't have to run, you're good. Who are we missing? Shannon? Oh, you don't have to run? Oh, you sorry. Okay. All right. We are also going to vote to have Mr. Tim May join us in closed session. I explained to him that it's a private employment matter, and we typically allow a union rep or a lawyer to attend. So since we already voted on the employee to join us, we need to also decide if that session will include the advocate. That is how he described himself. So, sorry. I am going to make yes. Nope, I would ask that someone else make a motion to allow an advocate to join the employee in closed session. Okay, may I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay. All right, let's have a roll call, please.
Mr. Lyons?
Nay.
Mr. Brooks?
Nay.
Mr. Rummel?
Nay.
Ms. Cotton? Aye. Ms. Woods?
Nay.
Ms. Tyler?
Aye. All right, so we have 4 nays, 2 ayes, so the employee will be joining us. Thank you. Great, thank you. Okay, so we're back in open session. 14, consent agenda items. Hold on, I'm sorry, give me one sec. Okay. 14, consent agenda items to discuss in closed session. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay. May I have a second?
Second.
Very good. May I have a roll call? Discussion, please. We don't have anything. Anyone want anything taken off? Okay. Let's go to have a vote. A roll call, excuse me.
Mr. Lyons?
Aye.
Mr. Brooks?
Aye.
Mr. Rommel?
Aye.
Ms. Cotton? Aye. Ms. Wood?
Aye.
Ms. Tyler?
Aye. Okay, great. 15, consider recommendation on possible action concerning support staff members' employment. May I have a motion?
So moved.
A second.
Second.
Discussion, please.
So based on what was discussed during closed session regarding termination?
Yes, please. May I have a vote?
Mr. Lyons?
Aye.
Mr. Brooks?
Aye.
Mr. Rommel?
Aye.
Ms. Cotton? Aye. Ms. Woods?
Aye.
Ms. Tyler?
Aye. Okay. 16, items for action. Go ahead, Dr. Alvarez.
So these are the policies that are up for adoption, and some just major changes in regards to name. We had Mr. Brophy's name in there. We got to remove them. And then a truancy update for based on school code law. And then the last one on there regarding consider recommendation to approve the agreement with Northern Illinois University. This is in regards to MTSS. This would be up to 34 hours of professional learning, coaching, and technical assistance. So looking at identifying a timeline regarding how to kind of revamp MTSS here at District 91. Looking at administering a needs assessment, analyzing the data, and identifying a focus of work that we need to do here. So it would be professional learning for our administrators, for our SLEs, for interventionists, support personnel, and classroom teachers. Basically looking at an overview of MTSS and best practices, and then looking for similarities and differences to develop a consensus, as well as identifying additional professional learning that District 91 may need. We'd also be providing coaching and professional learning for MTSS teams or MTSS ensembles, so that we could revise and have a new MTSS manual for our district, create an entrance and exit criteria for our tiered interventions, choose the progress monitoring tools, and edit intervention menus and any additional interventions. And then finally, facilitate professional development if we were to do anything with our emergent bilingual students as well, and designating staff. So looking at our data for that, problem solving, identifying and integrating any SEL data that we would need, and then building a capacity to use data to strengthen instruction and intervention at all tiers that will benefit each and every child. I know that was a lot, but that's, MTSS has a lot of, usually looks like a triangle.
Okay. Why don't we start with one? May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
I'll second.
Discussion. Roll call.
Mr. Lyons?
Aye.
Mr. Brooks?
Aye.
Mr. Rommel?
Aye.
Ms. Cotton? Aye. Ms. Wood?
Aye.
Ms. Tyler?
Aye. Okay. Number 2, consider Board of Education policy 520, sexual harassment for second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. A discussion? These are just procedural. Okay. Roll call, please.
Mr. Lyons?
Aye.
Mr. Brooks?
Aye.
Mr. Rummel?
Aye.
Ms. Cotton? Aye. Ms. Wood?
Aye.
Ms. Tyler?
Aye. Okay. 3, consider Board of Education Policy 720, harassment of students prohibited, for second reading and adoption. A motion, please.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
I'll second.
Discussion. Roll call.
Mr. Lyons?
Aye.
Mr. Brooks?
Aye.
Mr. Rummel?
Aye.
Ms. Cotton? Aye. Ms. Wood?
Aye.
Ms. Tyler?
Aye. 4, consider Board of Education Policy 770, attendance and truancy, for second reading and adoption. Motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Discussion. Roll call, please.
Mr. Lyons?
Aye.
Mr. Brooks?
Aye.
Mr. Rummel?
Aye.
Ms. Cotton? Aye. Ms. Wood?
Aye.
Ms. Tyler?
Aye. 5, consider Board of Education Policy 7-180, preventing bullying, intimidation, and harassment, for second reading and adoption. A motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
I'll second.
Discussion. Roll call.
Mr. Lyons?
Aye.
Mr. Brooks?
Aye.
Mr. Rummel?
Aye.
Ms. Cotton? Aye. Ms. Wood?
Aye.
Ms. Tyler?
Aye. Okay. Last but certainly not least, consider recommendation to approve the agreement with Northern Illinois University Center for P20 engagement for MTSS in the amount of $14,756. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
A second.
I'll second.
And a discussion. So Dr. Alvarez already.
Really quick, on the contract, is this automatically renewing, or was there an actual termination date? I don't think I saw that on the clause.
I'm sorry? It'll end in June.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, a roll call, please.
Mr. Lyons?
Aye.
Mr. Brooks?
Aye.
Mr. Rummel?
Aye.
Ms. Cotton? Aye. Ms. Wood?
Aye.
Ms. Tyler?
Aye. Okay, thank you. 17, additional matters for consideration from the board. Anyone? Go ahead.
I have a couple. I'll make them really quick, I promise.
Really quick, you promise.
I do.
Okay.
So first, I want to say thank you to Principal Cass. It is my understanding that she has taken on responsibility for Honor Society at FPMS. I know that's something that's been talked about in meetings before, and I really appreciate her stepping in and filling that role. It's something that we need. So thank you, Principal Cass. Sorry it took me till 10:30 to get that out. Second, we have a student here at FPMS, Juliet Harrington, who, starting with her days over at Field Stevenson, decided that the dog park over on Circle Avenue did not have enough amenities for the dogs in the community, and so she basically put together a fundraiser, raised about $5,000 to add some playground equipment over at the dog park, and she had a really nice write-up in the review. So I just want to publicly acknowledge that and say, hey, good job, Ms. Harrington, and thank you very much for all you're doing for the town. And finally, for those of you who have not had a chance to get to any of the FPMS basketball games, or if you didn't get to the girls volleyball games earlier this year, they're a lot of fun. And we have girls basketball starting up soon, so if you get a chance to get over to any of the games, they're a blast. Thank you.
Anyone else? This is our last meeting before the end of the year. We're in a season of gratitude, reflection, joy. For some people, it's tough. I'm wishing everything you want for the rest of 2022 and for whatever you wish for in 2023. It's a real pleasure to lead this board. Thank you for being such great colleagues. Thank you for being a great superintendent. Jeanette Barnes, thanks for being our favorite executive person who tells us everything we need to know. All the district staff, We have our IT guys in the back who've worked so hard. Thank you so much. So really appreciate everybody. It's late. Hello, everybody who stayed, all of our great district people. And we'll see you we'll see you all next Wednesday for our very important tax levy and here, and then we will have our next official regularly scheduled BOE meeting, January 12th, 2023. Make merry. Thanks, everybody. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, meeting